Let the doors be open que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, coastal communities are running out of time. Key federal fisheries programs to protect Pacific salmon and repair critical habitat are set to expire in March, and the federal government still hasn't confirmed their renewal. Communities cannot wait until the next budget for answers. Across the coast of British Columbia, remarkable work is happening. First Nations are leading salmon recovery and guardian programs. Local hatcheries and volunteer enhancement groups are restoring streams and rebuilding stocks. Salmon in the Classroom is educating thousands of students, and organizations like Redfish and the Coastal Restoration Society are removing debris, protecting estuaries, and repairing damaged watersheds. These leaders are showing what real stewardship looks like. But they can't plan or expand their work without federal commitments. We can't take our foot off the gas, Mr. Speaker. The government must renew these programs now.
Excuse me. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on November 29, the United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, we reflect on the urgent need for justice, dignity, and lasting peace. The people of Gaza are enduring what many international legal experts have identified as a genocide, with unimaginable loss of life and suffering. In the West Bank, escalating settler violence continues to displace families and deepen fear and instability. Canada and the international community must demand that the ceasefire be fully respected and that humanitarian aid reach those in need without any delay. Every person, Palestinian or Israeli, deserves to live in peace, security, and freedom. Solidarity means action, upholding international law, protecting civilians, and supporting a just political solution. We must not look away. Today and every day, we stand for human rights and a future where all can live in safety and hope. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
This week, a small family-owned business in Newmarket Aurora reached out to me. They've been serving our community a Bayview and Mullock for over 50 years with no major theft or crime. But in the past 2 years, they've been hit so often they've actually lost count. They spoke to other businesses in the area and they heard the same stories. The incidents are so frequent that their insurance won't even process their claims without threatening to drop them for being too high risk. They've added cameras, they've added floodlights, they've even considered barbed wire fencing just to protect what they own. Every week I hear from residents in Newmarket Aurora who tell me they no longer feel safe. And this is the reality under the Liberal soft on crime approach, where criminals are released on bail the very same day with no real consequences for their crimes. To the people of Newmarket Aurora, I see you, I hear you. Thank you for speaking up. Conservatives are committed to fighting for the legislation and the change that our communities need.
The honourable member for Mississauga Malton.
Speaker, when Hindu Brahmins from the Kashmir Valley faced persecution from Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, they sought refuge from the 9th Sikh Guru, Tegh Bahadur, meaning brave with the sword. Aurangzeb had offered them a cruel choice: abandon your faith or offer a great sacrifice. On hearing this, a young Gobind Rai, who would go on to be the 10th Sikh Guru and son of Tegh Bahadur, looked to his father and said, "Father, what sacrifice could be greater than your own?" With those words echoing in his heart and mind, Guru Tegh Bahadur set out for Delhi, the faithful standing firm at his side. They accepted torture, they accepted death, but they did not bend, they did not yield. They stood unbroken in their own faith, and in doing so, protected the faith of another. It's in that memory that I rise today, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the alarming rise in scams targeting seniors is a growing concern in our communities, with a 300% increase in money lost to scams since 2020. Across the country, criminals are preying on trust and vulnerability, and seniors are losing their life savings.
That's right.
Money they worked for decades to earn. In Cambridge and North Dumfries, I've heard heartbreaking stories of individuals who believed they were helping a loved one or paying a bill, only to discover they were deceived. These scams get more sophisticated by the day and often leave victims feeling ashamed and isolated. We must do more to educate and protect our seniors from these predators. That's why this Saturday morning I'll be hosting Inside the Scam Playbook, a community town hall focused on raising awareness and sharing practical steps to safeguard yourself and those who care about. Knowledge is the best defense. Understanding how these scams work before they happen can prevent devastating loss. Together we can stop these criminals and ensure that no one in our community faces this alone.
Way to go, Connie.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, November 22nd was National Housing Day. We recall the essential importance of housing so everyone in Canada may have an affordable home. With Build Canada Homes, we will double housing construction, speed up housing starts, and restore accessibility for families. In my riding of Alfred Pellan, these investments are already paying off. 145 housing starts have been planned thanks to housing investments. They will house over 11,000 people. And let us recall, while we are achieving things, the official opposition leader only built 500 homes when he was housing minister. Our plan is a real plan, and it is already underway. With the budget 2025, we're building a stronger Canada.
Honourable Member for Middlesex London.
Christmas is the season of hope, a light that breaks through even the darkest of days. During this time, we remember the true meaning of this holy day, the birth of Jesus Christ, the light of the world. As Scripture reminds us in John 1:5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. That promise is as real in Middlesex, London, as it was in Bethlehem. This is the season to carry the light into our communities through kindness, generosity, and cheerful giving. Thank you to everyone who brings warmth to our towns and villages, the parade organizers, the church choirs, first responders, volunteers, and neighbors who show up quietly and faithfully. You make this season glow. Let us keep the support going strong. Shop local to lift up our small businesses, and if able, pick up an extra item for our community food bank so that no one's left out in the cold. Every act of compassion, large or small, is an example of Christ. From my family to yours, Merry Christmas. May the peace of Jesus Christ guard your hearts and homes, and may God bless you in the year ahead.
Well said.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to celebrate an incredible achievement by the Woolwich Thrashers sledge hockey team. At the recent Cruisers Cup tournament, our junior Thrashers struck gold, going undefeated and capping it off with a 4-0 shutout in the finals. Their determination, teamwork, and heart were on full display, with Wilder Sutton Rustin scoring all 4 goals and goalie Hadley Deckert earning a flawless shutout. Not to be outdone, the Thrashers' men and women's mixed open team battled through tough competition to claim bronze in their division. From start to finish, these athletes showed resilience, skill, and sportsmanship, qualities that make our community proud. Congratulations to the players, the coaches, and families. Your hard work and your spirit inspire us all. Go Woolwich Thrashers. Thanks, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are celebrating a key milestone, the 50th anniversary of the Fédération des communautés francophones et acadiennes du Canada. Our communities mobilized to create a national organization. Hundreds of men and women continue to defend Francophones as well as their rights and interests all throughout Canada. The FCFA supports cultural vitality and contributes to building resilient, proud, and highly engaged communities. This half-century reminds us of all that they have accomplished, but also all that remains to be built. Together, let us continue to protect, advance, and showcase the Canadian francophonie for future generations. Congratulations for 50 years of engagement and advancements for the francophonie. The FCA is important and vital if we are to maintain our country's distinct French-English bilingual character. Thank you to everyone who bring our French language to life each and every day. Let us keep up the good work. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to mark the 40th anniversary of the Relevailles de Montréal Centre in La Pointe-de-L'Île. Since 1985, this organization has supported 15,000 families in their transition to parenthood and life with a child under 2. They provide trainings, support services, home assistance, prenatal and postnatal activities in Eastern Montreal. They share their expertise with parents and professionals throughout Greater Montreal and even internationally. I would like to congratulate Director José Laprate, President Martine Allary, and the entire Relevailles team. Every day, their respectful engagement with parents provides support to children, allowing them to thrive and to grow into accomplished citizens ready to enrich the Quebec society of tomorrow. Happy 40th and vive les Relevailles!
The honourable member for Milton East, Carlton Hills South.
Hear ye, hear ye. Mayor Gordon Krantz of the town of Milton is celebrating his 60th year of elected office. First elected as municipal councillor in 1965, and then as mayor when I was just 2 years old. Mayor Krantz is Canada's longest-serving mayor, having served under 10 prime ministers. Mayor Krantz has guided Milton through 4 decades of managing growth and modernization. His leadership, vision, and commitment has positioned Milton as one of the most educated, diverse, and dynamic communities in the country. And I, Mr. Speaker, have the distinct honor of having served as one of Mayor Krantz's municipal councillors, my first elected office back in 2018. Whether it's playing cards on Sunday afternoons at local Legion Branch 136 or capturing the moment, cutting the ribbon at a new business, Mayor Gord is quintessentially Milton. Congratulations to Mayor Krantz and his family on this incredible milestone, a testament to the power of public service that stands the test of time.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, food costs are rising 40% faster in Canada than the United States, and families in Essex are feeling the pressure. My riding is one of Ontario's most productive agriculture regions, but after 10 years of a Liberal government, the Canadians who produce our food are struggling to pay for it. Farmers have been clear. Scrap the industrial carbon tax. Instead of the Liberals continue to drive up the price of fertilizer and farm equipment, making it harder for farmers to grow, ship, and sell food. When 80.6% of Canadians say that food is their top expense pressure, this government should listen and take action by cutting hidden taxes to bring down costs and make life more affordable for families. Unlike the Prime Minister who says, "Who cares?" to Canadians, along with my Conservative colleagues, I care about the families of Essex.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, this fall season brings fresh momentum, new opportunities, and renewed energy to the Yukon. Just last week at Yukon's annual Geoscience meeting, the mood in the room could not have been more positive. You ask why, Mr. Speaker? Because Budget 2025 is replete with investments in the North, like the $1 billion Arctic Infrastructure Fund, the $2 billion Critical Mineral Sovereign Fund, the expanded Critical Mineral Exploration Tax Credit. Add to that our government's ambitious Build Canada homes to ensure Northerners have access to homes they can afford, and so much more. With the recent referral of the Yukon BC Grid Connect to the Major Projects Office, we're also setting the stage for the longer term. We know how important clean power is to realize the full potential of Canada's Northwest, including the Yukon. Before closing, Mr. Speaker, may I send congratulations to newly elected Premier Curry Dixon and his cabinet staff, just sworn in on Saturday. I know we'll all be working together on priorities and opportunities for the Yukon. Let's keep Yukon strong, Canada strong.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
The Canadian taxpayer is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the European Space Agency. Canadians could be expected to wonder why so much of their money is being spent on the European Space Agency and their private corporation, Harwell Science. But don't worry, we know the answer. 50% of the Harwell Science Innovation Facility is owned by Brookfield. That explains it. As always, under this government, if it benefits Brookfield, it happens. But as with so many other projects, from timber to pipelines, if it doesn't benefit Brookfield, then it goes nowhere.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil.
158 years, Canadians have elected members of Parliament. They've traveled to Ottawa to take their seats in these chairs and make decisions that have helped build the greatest country in the world. Today was an honor to turn that work over, if only temporarily, to bright and inspiring grade 6 students from Forest Hill Elementary in St. Lazare. Under the guidance of Principal Laurent, dedicated teachers, and of volunteer parents, 106 students took their seats to become MPs for the day. They shared what Canada meant to them, what issues were most important, and we're proud to share ideas on how to build an even better Canada in the years ahead. The discussion was insightful and served as a reminder of our true purpose in this place, to leave a better Canada for our children than the one we ourselves inherited. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the Forest Hill teachers and students who joined me today. This is your house, and your ideas, your energy, and your thoughtfulness are always welcome here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
This morning, at a multi-party parliamentary prayer breakfast, I shared from Mark 4:35, the moment when the disciples, caught in a violent storm, cried out to Jesus, "Don't you care?" These were experienced fishermen, but even they were overwhelmed by the winds and the waves. Today, many Canadians feel the same. They see economic uncertainty, rising unemployment, social tensions, immigration pressures, and new tariffs creating instability in their lives. The storms are real, and people are looking to their leaders for reassurance and results, not indifference. When the Prime Minister promises Canadians a deal on tariffs, a response of "who cares" is exactly what the people fear in the middle of an economic storm. In turbulent times, leadership is not just about expertise. Leadership begins with compassion, the willingness to see the storm that others are facing, and the courage to stand with them in it.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a world full of noise, sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is simply talk to one another. I recently met with Pete Bumbachi, a constituent of mine in Eglinton Lawrence, and an advocate for GenWell, Canada's Human Connection movement. GenWell champions social health, the idea that our relationships, connections, and interconnections with one another are essential not only to our mental and physical well-being, but also to the health of our society. This week is Talk to a Stranger Week, and I want to encourage Canadians to take a moment to look up from their phones and start a conversation with someone new. You never know the difference a simple hello can make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Who cares, Mr. Speaker? Monsieur le Président, le Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that he would negotiate in our favor before July 21st, but there haven't been any wins. The Americans have doubled tariffs, even though the Prime Minister has made concessions, getting rid of the digital services tax, the counter tariffs. He's even backed down on softwood lumber, but he got nothing in return, except for one thing, a contract from President Trump for Brookfield, an $80 billion contract. Is getting more money for his business the win that he promised Canadians? The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, Canadians did not place their trust in his judgment when it came to standing up to President Trump. They didn't trust him not to just sign any old agreement. What we've done is to work hard with the U.S. to find an agreement that will be in the interest of both industries and workers in Canada. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are taking more measures to help Canadian workers and industries.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, do you want the good news or the bad news? Well, in these times, I guess we'll have to start with the good news. It's all we've got. The good news is that David Eby, the Premier of BC, has absolutely no constitutional authority to block a pipeline. The bad news is that this Prime Minister does. Under Section 9210A of the British North American Act, works between provinces are exclusively the federal government's responsibility. So will the Prime Minister stop hiding behind the powerless Premier, get out of the way, and approve a pipeline to the Pacific today?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd invite the member opposite to buy a ticket to Calgary tomorrow to see how a federal government works with the provincial government to build Canada strong.
Leader of the Opposition.
Tomorrow, the Prime Minister will wave around in the air a worthless piece of paper that he says that the Premier of BC can veto any time he wants. Here's the political problem he has. Canadians want a pipeline. They know it's the best way to get our resources to market going around the United States of America, but his Keep It in the Ground caucus is standing in the way. Why doesn't he stand up to them and stand up for Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Maybe the member opposite should explain to his constituents why the Premier of Alberta wants to stand beside our Prime Minister and talk about how to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister claimed that he did not have the power to approve a pipeline. Well, too bad for him. The Constitution is public. 9210A says that it is exclusively a federal responsibility. He happens to be the Prime Minister, and he asked us to pass emergency legal powers in C5 to give him the personal authority to overturn any regulation in order to get the project done. In other words, this government has the exclusive power. He has the exclusive legal authority. Will he match that authority with responsibility and approve a pipeline to the Pacific today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what this Prime Minister is doing is leading. He's leading on building national projects. He's leading on building port capacity. He's leading on making Canadian steel, lumber, aluminum, and various commodities more available for homes, for big projects, to put people, unionized people, men and women from every part of this country to work building our great country. That's what this Prime Minister is doing. He's leading. What is the Leader of the Opposition doing, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What am I doing? I'm standing in the House of Commons.
Right. Where is he?
Where's Waldo, Mr. Speaker? He's hiding. We know he's in the House of... We know that he's in Ottawa today. We know that he's in the...
I think we're so close to the line there that we're actually stepping over it. So if the Honourable Opposition Leader would continue, but maybe in a different vein.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're finding out that if you're not there, you don't care. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, who cares that Canadian workers are losing their jobs because he broke his promise to get a deal? We care. Why doesn't he show up and prove he does too?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'd invite the member opposite to buy a ticket and come to Calgary tomorrow and see who cares.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we've gone from elbows up to who cares under this Prime Minister. Remember, he said he would negotiate a win and he would get a deal by July 21st. Well, still no win, still no deal. He's made concession after concession. He backed down on counter tariffs, on the digital services tax, on the legal action against softwood lumber, and he got nothing in return. Well, one thing. Brookfield, his company, got $80 billion in contracts hand-signed by the president just 20 days after the two met. Is that what he meant when he said he would negotiate a win with Trump?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Mr. Speaker, I know it's an inconvenient truth for the Leader of the Opposition that Canada right now, today, has the best deal of any trading partner of the United States. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's not good enough for Canadian workers, and it's not good enough for Canadian businesses. So unlike the Leader of the Opposition, who would have signed any bad deal put in front of him, the Prime Minister didn't do that. We said we would do the work to support Canadian workers and Canadian industries. We would buy Canadian, be our own best customer, and then negotiate a good deal with the United States.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in 1995, a Liberal Prime Minister tried to do a fast one in Quebec, essentially cheating, lying, hiding things. And in 2025, will another Liberal Prime Minister once again do the same thing to the provinces in Quebec? Based on a mandate, based on an election where he talked about trade, where actually he's instead looking to benefit American shareholders and himself. Excuse me. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I can say for all Canadians, and especially for Quebecers, that I'm not focusing on things that have happened in the past. Instead, I am concentrating on what we can do to make our immigration system strong and to attract the best talents in the world for both Quebec and Canada. Under the Canada-Quebec agreement, Quebec is the one that selects its own permanent immigrants. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I'll have to make my question clearer, or make it clear who I'm asking the question. I will have to ask the Minister of Canadian Heritage, the former leader of Équiterre, is he comfortable with the fact that the Prime Minister is trying to get around Canada's legislation in order to push an oil agenda to the detriment of the climate? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Mr. Speaker, my colleague's question might be more relevant if he hadn't authorized drilling on Anticosti Island, right in the middle of the St. Lawrence. If he hadn't made it so that in Quebec, 50% of the oil is Albertan, all due to the leader of the Bloc Québécois. And perhaps what he's saying would be a bit more relevant if under our budget negotiations, the Bloc Québécois had brought forward a single measure to protect the environment. They did not bring in a single proposal for the environment. That's what we got from the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member, had we brought forward an environmental measure, that would have meant that there was one in the budget. The Minister of Heritage, the former Minister of the Environment, he is a Quebecer. He was a member of the Liberal caucus under Justin Trudeau. Will he solemnly promise to Quebecers and people from BC that he promises, as an environmentalist who used to rappel up buildings in Ontario, that none of these projects will go forward in Quebec or BC without the consent of the province, of Indigenous groups and social accessibility? Will he promise that that will never happen without that consent? The Honourable Government House Leader. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is yes.
Député de Charlesbourg.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned in La Presse that the Liberal member for Laval-Les-Îles is denying that he was involved in the Quebec Liberal Party's leadership race, although he did have a certificate for raising funds. Does the member know that he needs to ask a question about matters that affect the federal government? I think it's pretty clear that my question is about a member that is here across the way, and I think my question is in order. My question is very clear. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that no member of the Liberal caucus has broken federal or provincial laws?
Have some respect, Garrison, calling the speaker by his first name.
Yeah, Je vois pas que ça touche vraiment.
I don't think this has to do with any matter of federal government policy. This is a matter of provincial legislation. That it was raised in the question, so I don't think that we can allow this question.
De Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, une deuxième tentative.
Monsieur le Président.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking about federal legislation. Let's recall that the former parliamentary leader of the Quebec Liberal Party, Mauro Whiskey, said to Pablo Rodriguez that there were dubious shenanigans happening in Ottawa. I really think that this is pushing it. This is a matter of unproven rumors. This has nothing to do with the federal government's policies. I cannot allow this question.
Monsieur le Président, après avoir fait du...
Mr. Speaker, now we see that the Liberals want to move on to a cover-up.
South Innisfil.
The Prime Minister says Canadians need to sacrifice more and accept a lower standard of living and quality of life, while he says, who cares about critical trade talks with the U.S., acting more like an advance team for Brookfield and standing up for Canadians. Everywhere he goes, a deal for Brookfield follows while tariffs stay in place or go up. We learned this week that the Prime Minister stands to make millions in bonuses from Brookfield's success. Why does the Prime Minister have his elbows up for him and his Brookfield buddies, but says who cares about Canadian businesses and working families affected by tariffs?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Has taken office, that's exactly what he's done. In fact, we stood up for Canadian companies and workers all across this country, and just in a few minutes, the Prime Minister will do it again. He'll stand up for Canadian companies, lumber companies, steel companies, and their hardworking union members that are fighting so hard to protect the economy of their region. Mr. Speaker, why don't they get on board and fight for Canadian families instead of for themselves?
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
So he shrugs off critical trade talks with a smug who cares. Here's something he can't shrug off and everyone should care about. Despite the conflict of interest and ethics screen he has on Brookfield, we found out this week that the Prime Minister met with Brookfield executives behind closed doors in his office in October, proving that his ethics screen is more like a smoke screen. The Prime Minister and Brookfield stand to gain millions from his policies. He knows he can't have any contact with Brookfield, but he met with them anyways. Why would he meet with Brookfield knowing he's barred from having any contact with them?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Speaker, the Prime Minister in a few minutes will be doing his job. He'll be standing up for steel workers. Every project, every infrastructure project in this country depends on one thing, Mr. Speaker, Canadian steel, strong Canadian steels, and the workers who produce it, Mr. Speaker. We are strengthening our steel industry, standing by our steel workers, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in our workers. The Conservatives are investing in division.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands.
The Prime Minister has backed down on counter tariffs. He's backed down on the legal challenge against the softwood lumber tariffs, and he's saying, who cares? Now, Canadians thought that he got nothing in his negotiations. It turns out that he just got nothing for Canadians. After his last trip to the White House, he got an $80 billion nuclear deal for his company, Brookfield, which will see the Prime Minister's own personal investments increase in value. So why is it that the Prime Minister is trading our national interests for his own personal financial interests?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is standing up today for workers across Canada, for BC Wood, building affordable housing across Canada with BC Wood. He's standing up to reduce the transportation costs across the country, to get BC Wood to build homes across Canada, and to bring steel from central Canada to the east and west more affordably. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is standing up for Canadians today, and we stand with him.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Eagle Lakes.
The Prime Minister's not standing up. He's backing down, like he did on counter tariffs and like he did on the legal challenge for illegal softwood lumber tariffs. But it gets worse when it comes to this Prime Minister's record on Brookfield. We learned that the Liberals gave $500 million to the European Space Agency last week. Guess who owns 50% of the agency's site where the funds are going? None other than this Prime Minister's company, Brookfield, again seeing his own personal profits increase at the expense of Canadians, at the expense of Canadian investment and Canadian jobs. Why won't this Prime Minister put Canadians ahead of his own financial interests for once?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a trade war. While the Conservatives focus on conspiracy theory, our Prime Minister will stand up later today and make...
Not from the top, but the member may continue.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a trade war. While the members opposite engage in conspiracy theories, our Prime Minister will stand up later today and announce major new supports for the forest products industry. On top of $1.2 billion we've already announced, Mr. Speaker. That's how we stand up for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Prime Minister talked a big game during the election, but has since failed to deliver on the U.S. trade deal. He's backed down on every Trump demand, from the digital services tax to counter tariffs to softwood lumber. He has delivered exactly zero results for Canadians on the U.S. trade war. But to be fair, he is seeing some results with his Brookfield shares, with the Americans coincidentally signing an $80 billion nuclear deal with his company a mere 2 weeks after his last U.S. visit. So why is it that under this Prime Minister, his financial investments are doing so well, but Canadian workers are being left behind?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader is busy writing letters and debating himself, we're taking action to support Canadian steel and lumber industries and workers. We've got great news. This afternoon, we will introduce and announce new measures to further limit foreign steel imports to ensure that Canadian steel products and producers have better access to the domestic market, become our own best customer by building big with Canadian steel and Canadian lumber, increase protections for Canadian steel and lumber workers and businesses so they can adapt and thrive in this new global landscape. I urge the Conservative leader to tune in, get behind these
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want a second dirty oil pipeline. Even with Trans Mountain, they still want more. This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. They want to sell more dirty oil to Asia. And thanks to C5, this pipeline will be able to ignore environmental assessments. It will fill up oil tankers, which will break the law and sail right through a protected marine area. Is there a single Liberal out there with a single shred of conscience? And if so, will they get up and say that this makes absolutely no sense? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, like I did yesterday, I will speak about the projects that our government is bringing forward in order to build Canada strong. As I said yesterday, if we want to talk about Quebec, we have the project in Saint-Michel-des-Seines in Quebec. This is a project that will continue to improve energy storage and electric vehicle batteries. Like all of our projects, we will respect provincial jurisdiction, and we will respect Indigenous rights. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that these Liberals are ashamed. Every time the Liberals hear about their new dirty oil pipeline, they can't wait to change the subject. They know that it's a climate disaster. They know that it's a biodiversity disaster. And they know that there's also the chance of this turning into a financial debacle like Trans Mountain. And yet tomorrow they're going to watch their PM have a photo op with Danielle Smith to announce a pipeline that actually they can't defend at all. We know they're ashamed, but the real question is, do they realize that they are right to be ashamed? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. We are extremely proud to be contributing to building this country, to building opportunities throughout Canada, like renewable energy throughout the country, like significant projects like the mine my colleague just mentioned. It is the Bloc Québécois that wants to destroy our economy. With them, and then we also have the Conservatives who simply want to open the floodgates. As usual, between the two of them, the Liberal Party is finding the correct middle ground. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Well, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has gone from elbows up to who cares after he failed to sign an agreement on tariffs with the U.S. He backed down on the digital services tax, on counter tariffs, and on the legal measures on softwood lumber. We thought that he hadn't gotten a win, but the truth is that he didn't get a win for Canadians, but the Americans did sign an $80 billion nuclear agreement with the Prime Minister's business, Brookfield. And we know that when Brookfield gets richer, so does the Prime Minister. Why is this Prime Minister sacrificing the interests of Quebecers and Canadians so that he can profit? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister makes a decision, it's in the interest of all Canadians. That is why we've made several trips. Although our colleagues don't like that, we've gone abroad to find new investment. That's why this afternoon there's an important announcement, and I hope our colleagues will be paying attention, because there will be announcements on softwood lumber and others to support our industries. That's what we're doing all the time. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Well, Mr. Speaker, it takes a lot of work to manage all of the conflicts of interest having to do with Brookfield. The clerk of the Privy Council told us that teams are working around the clock to manage these conflicts of interest. He sold his Brookfield shares to be sure that he meets ethical standards. But the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff has told us that every day he's speaking to the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that everything is under control. The Prime Minister is ending up making tariffs go up every time he leaves the country. He can't seem to get a win for Canadians, and he needs dozens of people to regulate his conflicts of interest. Could he at the very least sell his Brookfield shares and stop being in a conflict of interest every single day? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, every time the Prime Minister leaves the country, it's in order to sign contracts with other countries, to find new markets for our products. Canada has what the world needs, and we will find new partners. Meanwhile, the Conservatives are pretending that they don't understand that, but actually, they do. And I'm honestly saddened to see the pathetic partisan games they're playing. They understand this perfectly well, but they pretend not to.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to trade with the Americans, the Prime Minister went from elbows up to who cares? He backed down on counter tariffs and on legal challenges to softwood lumber and got nothing in return when he went to Washington in October. Well, nothing for Canadians. Days later, the Americans signed an $80 billion nuclear deal with the Prime Minister's company, Brookfield. When is this Prime Minister going to get a deal for Canadians and not just a deal for himself and his company?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Conservative cares is like an oxymoron or some pathetic joke, because we know those two terms are like oil and water. They just do not mix. Who cares is our government cares. We're the ones standing up for our industries. We're making more announcements today. The Prime Minister is stepping up with increased protections for our domestic market, with new support for our industries and workers in steel and softwood lumber, and additional commitments to buy Canadian so that we ensure that our workers and industries will thrive for generations to come.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, it is being reported that the government's MOU with Alberta includes a multi-billion-dollar investment in carbon capture with Pathways Alliance, the premier carbon capture company connected with Pathways Alliance is none other than Entropy, which is owned by none other than Brookfield. Is the reason it has taken the government so long to get a deal with Alberta because the Prime Minister has been busy getting a deal for Brookfield?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to break up their conspiracy theory, but Pathways is actually owned by 6 large oil companies, not Entropy.
Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, the very Brookfield fund that the Prime Minister stands to make millions of dollars in future bonus pay invested $300 million in Entropy. So, in the face of that, can the government provide the assurance that the deal negotiated by the Prime Minister will in no way benefit Entropy and, by extension, the Prime Minister's financial portfolio?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, here we go again, conspiracy theory. We're focused on building Canada. We're focused on working with Alberta to grow our natural resources in a responsible way in consultation with First Nations. That's how we build, not conspiracy theory.
For Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are ambitious and ready to build Canada's future. Budget 2025 makes generational investments in youth, from Canada Summer Jobs and the Student Work Experience Program to expanded training and apprenticeship opportunities. These aren't short-term fixes. They're building blocks for a lifetime of success. While the opposition talks about cuts, this government's investing in the next generation. Could my good friend and colleague, the Minister of Jobs and Families, tell us how these programs turn ambition into opportunity for youth across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the member for the question. I've had the opportunity of meeting with youth from across the country about the investments that we're making in Budget 2025. $1.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, for youth skills and training, but a very specific program. I met with some members and some members of youth from that member's riding who talked about their excitement and enthusiasm about seeing the Climate Youth Corps in this budget. Mr. Speaker, youth are worried about the climate, and now they have something to look forward to, participating in a program that allows them to use their skills and get paid for them.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Once again, Canadians are finding out that this Prime Minister is all sizzle and no steak. It turns out that his big pipeline announcement won't actually build a pipeline. He's going to have a meeting to set up a plan and then sign a piece of paper that talks about maybe one day putting shovels in the ground. And now he's handing a veto power to the NDP in British Columbia, allowing them to block the whole thing. The Prime Minister is in Ottawa, and we know that he's having trouble with his own caucus on this issue. And now he's ducking the only question that Canadians have. Was yesterday the start of a real pipeline, or just the latest episode in Announce Now and Deliver Never?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd invite that member to get a ticket to Calgary tomorrow as well, and they could see why the Premier of Alberta thinks that things have never been so good in Canada.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, that wasn't their answer yesterday. In fact, that isn't what the government said at all when they gave BC the veto in this House. Maybe they need to brush up on the Constitution, because Section 92 explicitly gives them the power to build pipelines, whether David Eby likes it or not. He also got the legal authority from this House when they asked us to pass Bill C-5 to circumvent their own regulations. And the only thing holding them back now is the same gutless paralysis that kept our oil buried and Canadians with less money over the last 10 years. So instead of hiding behind the premiers, will he get up and announce that he's going to build a pipeline?
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, they seem determined not to want to see any development in this country. What we understand is it's federal government jurisdiction to approve a pipeline. We also understand that if a proponent wants to take it to the Major Projects Office, we expect them to work in conjunction with the affected jurisdiction and to consult First Nations. The Premier of Alberta understands that. Unfortunately, the members of the opposition don't.
Member for Calgary East.
The Prime Minister is all set to stage a fake pipeline photo op. What he'll probably do is hand the veto power to kill that pipeline to the BC Premier so he doesn't have to do it himself. Section 9210 of the Constitution says the federal government has the sole power to approve interprovincial projects and get shovels in the ground. The only person blocking the pipeline today is this Prime Minister. Will he stand up today and commit to repealing the taker ban, axing the industrial carbon tax, and actually getting this oil pipeline built?
The The Honourable Government House Leader.
Pipelines have they built? Zero.
Mr. Speaker, we learned in the course of the last election campaign that the Leader of the Opposition had in fact never spoken to the Conservative Premier of Ontario, Mr. Ford. Now, I know the Leader of the Opposition to be someone who will look back, maybe look back too often, but he looks very backwards. He'll want to learn from that mistake, and I really suggest he not make that mistake again with the Premier of Alberta. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, please call Danielle Smith.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
With the amount of hot air coming out of that member's mouth, I'm surprised the Liberals haven't slapped a carbon tax on it. That answer was as fake as this Prime Minister's promises. Tomorrow, he'll make this grand show and pretend that he wants to get a pipeline built, but he'll hide behind someone else and get them to cancel it so he doesn't have to do it himself. The only person that can get this pipeline approved is this Prime Minister. Does the pipeline need to be sponsored by Brookfield so it actually gets built?
Unfortunately, that plane's going to get pretty full. I invite the member across to buy a ticket and come to Calgary and see what a federal government, how they can work with the provincial government to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
This Prime Minister promised to build Canada strong, and yet when it comes to a pipeline to BC's coast, a pipeline that could end the U.S. monopoly on Canadian oil and bring billions of dollars into Canada, he transforms into a helpless bystander, hiding behind the NDP Premier in BC, ceding responsibility, abdicating leadership. The Constitution is clear. National pipelines are the sole jurisdiction of the federal government, and failing to act is a betrayal of our national interests. It's a betrayal of our workers, and it's selling out to the Americans. Will they build the pipeline, yes or no?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, listen, today's good news for the many companies around the country who are working so hard to stay in business in the middle of this trade war. Whether it's steel, whether it's lumber, Mr. Speaker, we have their backs. And today we're going to talk more about what else we can do, not only to make sure that we protect these companies, but to help them grow their footprint, to sell their product to Canada and around the world. These guys cannot get their head out of the sand, literally, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of the companies right now who need our support. We'll do that work.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
You know, Mr. Speaker, maybe if Brookfield proposed a pipeline, we could actually get one backed by this Prime Minister. Let's be clear. A majority of Canadians support this pipeline. A majority of British Columbians support this pipeline. And as long as the world needs these resources, as long as the world needs oil and gas, until that last barrel comes out of the ground, as much of those resources as possible should come from right here in Canada. Why won't this government take up its mantle of leadership, deliver on what it promised, and get this pipeline built?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, news flash, we're in a trade war. We're in a trade war, and we don't get to choose the attitude and the response of other countries. We get to choose what we do in response to protect our industries here in Canada. Tariff-impacted industries know across Canada that this government is standing up to protect their interests at every step along the way. Whether the PM is overseas securing new investments to open up other markets, or whether he's offering new liquidity support and a package to help their businesses get through challenging times, we're steadfast in supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, on a pipeline to the Pacific, the Prime Minister finds himself in a dilemma of his own making. He, his ministers, his MPs say one thing in British Columbia and another in Alberta, and now he's perched squarely on the fence. Under Section 9210 of the Constitution, the decision is his government's alone. So will he side with the national interest to build a new pipeline, or will he bow to President Trump and keep a supplicant to American interests instead of diversifying our energy exports?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, maybe we should come at this another way. That member is a British Columbia member. Is he really suggesting even given the constituents he represents from First Nations? Is he really suggesting that the Government of Canada, without the consent of the province of British Columbia, without consultation with First Nations, is in a position to do that? I think he doesn't really mean that. I think he hasn't thought this through, and I think that member, once he does, will come back here and agree that the Government of Canada is pursuing the right path.
Member for Okanagan Lake West, South.
The arrogance of that answer, Mr. Speaker. He hasn't spoken to my constituents like I have on this issue. And right now, the only thing that is crossing provincial borders is this Prime Minister's indecision. A pizza shop is more productive than this Prime Minister because at least they know what business they're in and they know they need to deliver in a competitive marketplace. Section 9210 is clear. The power to act is his. So will the Prime Minister stop hiding behind premiers and process, or will he finally stand up for Canada, repeal the shipping ban, axe the industrial carbon tax, and build a new pipeline to the Pacific that is in the national interest?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade.
Speaker, we want to thank our colleague in the Conservative Party for that manufactured indignation. And Mr. Speaker, we want to remind him and his colleagues in the Conservative Party that our government made a commitment to Canadians in the last election. It was an election campaign that perhaps they'd prefer to forget. We made a commitment to build the Canadian economy the right way, to build major projects again in a way that respects environmental commitments, our obligations to Indigenous peoples, and working with provinces and territories. They don't like it, Mr. Speaker. We like it, and we're proud to continue to do it.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has stated that he wants to make Canada an energy superpower. Well, good news. This Prime Minister has the power to approve
I could see that coming. I could see that coming. In the business, it's called an applause line. But the member may start from the top. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has stated that he wants to make Canada an energy superpower. Well, good news. This Prime Minister has the power to approve a pipeline to the BC coast. Section 9210 of our Constitution gives the Prime Minister jurisdiction over interprovincial projects like pipelines, not premiers, the Prime Minister. So will he stop passing the buck and approve an oil pipeline to the coast so that we can get this nation-building pipeline built?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister so far has referred $117 billion, $117 billion of projects to the MPO. Maybe this member can join us tomorrow in Calgary and see how this government, with the provinces, is building Canada strong.
Honourable member for Pickering Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, this week, as we begin the 60 days of activism against gender-based violence, and with today marking Economic Abuse Awareness Day, we are reminded of the countless women, children, and families whose lives have been forever changed by abuse. And we are reminded that this violence doesn't always leave visible scars. It's often hidden behind closed doors, taking the form of control, isolation, and economic abuse that can trap someone in a dangerous situation. Could the Minister of Women and Gender Equality speak to how our government is working to recognize and combat economic abuse and support those who are living through this painful and often invisible form of violence?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. As we mark the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recognize the women who built this movement and the work that lies ahead. Our Economic Abuse Awareness Day, we recognize that gender-based violence can be physical, emotional, and psychological. That's why in our budget, we committed to working with financial institutions on a code of conduct to prevent economic abuse, helping them identify it and intervene safely. We will keep working together to end gender-based violence so women can live safely and free from fear. It's unfortunate the members opposite voted against this very measure.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister was asked this weekend whether he had spoken to Trump about trade, he said, "Who cares?" Apparently, there is not a burning issue. Well, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives care, and so do the thousands of Oshawa auto workers at the GM assembly plant who are losing their jobs because of the trade war. How can the Prime Minister look Oshawa auto workers in the eye and tell them he doesn't care and that their jobs don't matter?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, great news for the Conservatives. We care. This afternoon, we're going to announce new measures. Further limit foreign steel imports to ensure that Canadian steel products have better access to the domestic market. Become our own best customer by building big with Canadian steel and Canadian lumber. Increase protections for Canadian steel and lumber workers and businesses so they can adapt and thrive in this new global landscape. Mr. Speaker, that leader only cares about himself, squashing a caucus revolt, and thank you.
I mean, we have unfettered freedom of speech in this chamber. I recognize that, but I think both sides have to refrain from provocation. I think that can lead to disorder, which is unparliamentary. But the honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that instead of negotiating deals for Canadian auto workers, what they care about, and this Prime Minister cares about, is being more interested in negotiating deals for Brookfield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oshawa is set to lose thousands of jobs this January, even though this Prime Minister promised to negotiate a win. This is a burning issue for Oshawa auto workers. So why isn't it a burning issue for this Prime Minister?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that I just recently met with the Unifor Union 222, that's the local chapter at the GM Oshawa plant, and they're happy with what our government is doing to support them. They've said that no deal is better than a bad deal. They've acknowledged our remissions framework and how we've adjusted it, and they are looking to us for leadership and more support. That's exactly what the Prime Minister is announcing later today for tariff-impacted industries. Our government stands steadfast and strong in support of our workers all across Canada. We won't stand down, and we won't take any lessons from the
honourable member for Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake.
Speaker, after 8 months, this Prime Minister has gone from elbows up to who cares when it comes to trade issues with the United States. These comments spark concern in my community, particularly with the thousands of current and former GM workers in St. Catharines who worry about the future of their auto plant. GM has been in St. Catharines since 1929. I can tell you Conservatives care, Canadians care, the workers at these plants who depend on these jobs care. What's it going to take? Does Brookfield have to buy General Motors for this Liberal Prime Minister to finally care?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a plan to build big, Mr. Speaker, and I've met with auto workers from across the country, Mr. Speaker, and they know that we have their backs, Mr. Speaker. In a few minutes, the Prime Minister will be announcing more supports for the auto sector, more supports for the steel industry, because we have their backs. But you know what? More than that, Mr. Speaker, we're building big. We're going to build projects in national interest, homes that skilled workers will use to build across this country, Mr. Speaker. Will the Conservatives get on board?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, in 2011, the Harper Conservative government created the conditions for Driver Inc., an illegal scheme where trucking companies misclassify drivers as independent contractors to avoid paying payroll taxes. This has hurt workers, distorted competition in the market, and deprived the federal government of important revenue that it should be able to use to invest in Canadians. In Budget 2025, our new Liberal government took action to end this scheme. Can the Secretary of State for the CRA please inform the House of the measures our government has taken to end Driver Inc.?
Good question. The Secretary of State for the CRA.
Mr. Speaker, in this historic budget, we are investing new resources to restore fairness to Canada's trucking industry after that party, the Conservatives, broke it. We will lift the moratorium on penalties for unreported fees for service, launch a dedicated compliance program, and expand information sharing with Employment and Social Development Canada. These measures will end the illegal Drivers Inc. scheme and level the playing field for companies that follow the law. The Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois both voted against Budget 2025. It's a shame that they didn't support tax fairness.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister is very familiar with Brookfield, but does he know about PACCAR? It's a business which has been making trucks for decades. Now they've announced 300 layoffs. So those are people, even parents, losing their jobs. Why? Because of American tariffs. Now, I know that it's not Brookfield at stake, but can the Prime Minister go talk to the workers at PACCAR and tell them who cares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised by the colleague's question. Yes, we are currently in a trade war, which, yes, was triggered by... Is everyone surprised? But, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to remain level-headed. We can't just sign whatever deal with the United States. As for PACCAR, Mr. Speaker, we're in communication with the business. We have solutions, and we'll work on solutions with the Government of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A brief reminder.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
To address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, before he was elected, the Prime Minister claimed to care about the climate crisis and protecting our lands and waters. BC Liberal MPs all said they supported the tanker ban in northern BC. Now we see them stealing pages from the Conservative playbook. Without consulting the Premier of British Columbia or First Nations, Liberals are reversing 50 years of protection for sensitive coastal waters, overriding the law and risking billions of dollars of economic activity. Why are Liberals sacrificing the BC coast and betraying the voters who sent them here?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister was very clear yesterday, and I think it's important to highlight that we will make sure, with any of the major projects that move forward, that we work with affected jurisdictions. That means all of the provinces, and we will work with Indigenous rights holders, respecting their positions and their rights. We will make sure that we continue to build Canada as a strong country, strong future for our country, and we will make sure that we do it well.
Hear, hear.
This concludes question period for today. Yes, it is. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, you prevented me from asking a question regarding the operations of the government. If you will now allow me, I will ask the question. It wasn't involving the operations of the government. It involved a provincial legislature. It, in all semblance, had nothing to do with the politics of this federal government. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, twice today, you have prevented a member from... Mr. Speaker, during QP, if I may finish, I won't be long. Twice now, you have prevented a member from finishing their question. A question that did have relevance to the government. I am sorry. That is true, that it happens from time to time. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé is rising on a point of order. Yes. First, Mr. Speaker, If I may, on the same point of order, with all due respect, we have the right to ask questions about what is in the media, TVA, Radio-Canada. We have the right to ask questions about current affairs in the House. In my view, the question did not concern federal government policies or programs, nor did it concern the federal cabinet. That is why I did not allow the question. Does the member have a further point of order? Yes, on a different point of order, Mr. Speaker. If you ask, you will find there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that for the duration of the tribute for the member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel, that member be sat in the seat belonging to the member for Mirabel. All agreed? I believe we have unanimous consent. As such, the member can change his seat.
Can you go Wood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you can clarify the rules around a question, 30-second in duration, that begins with a preamble that may seem to be unrelated to government business, but that concludes on a matter that is related to government business. In the past, members have been able to finish.
Allow a bit of a preamble, but in this case, I don't think that the second part of the question respected the rules. So I ruled it out of order. I'm sorry.
I listened long enough to discern the conclusion of the question. Now, as it is 3:12 p.m., pursuant to the order adopted on November 24th, 2025, the House will now proceed to tributes for the member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel Alnabak, the honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, what a pleasure to mark another record for the member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel Alnabak. Another record. He's almost a Celine Dion of Parliament, or Mario Lemieux. I mean, he should really be disqualified from achieving further records just to make room for someone else, except there's no one else who can achieve the number of records my friend here has. Because 41 years is a long time. Also, Parliament will be sovereign in 41 more years. He has one record no one talks about is the way he has chaired the House. He has chaired the election of a number of chairs. He has not been sitting on the Speaker's chair for a long time, if you add it all together, but he has sat on the Speaker's chair a lot of times. He has just beat the service record of Wilfrid Laurier. And since 1990, he has been fighting for an independent Quebec. You'd think you'd understand by now that the only way Canada will ever get rid of this tenacious MP is to grant Quebec independence. But the thing is, even federalists like this guy, so it's hard for the government to deal with. The member has seen the name of his riding change a number of times. He has also seen his party change a number of times. He sat under the government of Brian Mulroney 4 years after the 1980 referendum. He sat under Lucien Bouchard after the 1995 referendum. He traveled throughout Quebec campaigning with Gilles Duceppe. And now he is making history once again. He once sat as a member of the opposition caucus, the opposition bloc caucus, with 54 bloc MPs. You'd think he... and yet he is still not leader of the bloc. He could speak volumes about his wisdom, and I will speak volumes about his friendship. But despite being 82, he still has a mischievous glint in his eyes, like a child about to get up to some mischief. Yes, he has set records, but we know him for his generosity, his advice. And his role in the caucus. He holds us all together. And what's his secret? He loves his people. He loves politics. He loves service. He is from a different time, a time that must go on forever. He has collected years of service like some people collect loot or jewels. But his service is worth more than all the jewels of the world, and he is sharing this value. He has shared his value with Quebecers, the people he loves more than anyone else. Thank you, my friend. The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, l'Île des Sœurs. Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me this one indulgence, congratulations, Louis. I don't know if it's a good sign for the future of our country that a sovereigntist has beaten the record of as great a Canadian as Wilfrid Laurier. The member has spent more than 15,000 days in this House, beating the previous record. He was elected in 1984, and ever since then, he has been elected time and time again. He has survived the Prime Ministers Mulroney, Campbell, Chrétien, Martin, Harper, and Trudeau. However, he has not spent a long time as the chair of the House. He only spent 27 days in that position. Not exactly a record. However, though he may not have set a record for the speakership, his record of service will likely never be beaten. His career is a remarkable one. During the first part of his career, he was a member of a Federalist political party. It was likely easier for him when he was sitting with patriots like Louis-Joseph Papineau, when he was getting started. Joking around a bit here. I can almost forgive him for founding the Bloc Québécois in 1990, and no one can fault his intelligence. As after all, he was leaving the Conservative Party. I'll continue. His career is still going on. This member is distinguished not just by his wisdom, but also his independent spirit. After all, he does believe in independence. He has stood by a number of progressive causes, including pro-choice causes. We thank you for him for his humanity. He has also defended bilingualism in the House and throughout Canada, including the position of French in the country. He is not only a great Quebecer, he is a great Canadian. I was just reading an article about him in which he said that he was sticking around. That's great news, Mr. Speaker. But there were a few surprises in that article. Even I wasn't aware of how perseverant he was. The article said, quoting him, "I love this job and I'm attached to it. It's almost like a drug. For some people, they have drinking or pot. Some people have sports. I have politics." Well, we thank the member for his work. Another revealing part of this article was the human aspect of my colleague when he spoke about solitude. He said he doesn't end up drinking coffee with his colleagues enough. Well, there's more than 300 members of this House who would love to have a coffee with the member.
While he's been perhaps a little more discreet over the last few years, nonetheless, the quality of his speeches shows us that his discretion is yet another mark of wisdom. As we heard during his speech at the opening of the parliamentary session, as he said, if you don't want to just end up stuffed on the wall like a prize fish, you'd better shut up. And we know that we've seen a stuffed fish or two here in this House over the last few years. And another piece of advice that I really appreciated was his advice to new members, people who are thinking of running, that perhaps they should just buy a dog instead. And I personally am very pleased with owning a lab. And finally, based on something that Lucien Bouchard said, I would say that it is not merely due to chance or due to the passage of time that my friend Louis Plamondon has become the Dean of the House of Commons. Instead, it is because of his loyalty, his wisdom, and everything that he's done for his constituents. We all feel that he is an exemplar of the respect that we should all have for parliamentary institutions. Thank you. That is what Lucien Bouchard said. Long live Louis Plamondon, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are marking a historic political career, the longest political career in Canadian politics. On September 4th, 1984, the member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel-Albonac, won his first election, the first in a long series, which has caused him to become the dean of those who sit in this House without any interruptions. And over those years, we've learned that he is an endearing person who, through everything that's happened, has gotten through every obstacle on his path with brio and panache. This is a page that is turning today in the history of our democracy. We are all here to witness it. Very few people have such a close and caring relationship with their constituents. For the Dean of the House, this is not a matter of chance. On the contrary, he worked daily to offer the very best of himself to his constituents. He was not looking for glory or titles. He just wanted to be listening to people and helping them, using his own methods perhaps, his own style. And I recall all of his advice, and I listened closely and put his advice into practice. He said, be close to your constituents. You do not win in Ottawa. You win by taking care of people in your riding. And I can confirm to you that that is good advice. He also has shown us that in life, like in politics, you need a goal. And his goal was to be someone who was close to his constituents and pay attention to the importance of each individual. And that was something that ultimately led to results. He deserves his record. His record is his own, but will also be part of the history of all of ours. He went through the period of the typewriter, the period of the smartphone, and the period of AI. But he always remained the same person, the person that we know and respect. He's someone we all enjoy spending time with and hearing his excellent advice for younger members. In conclusion, the history of Canada will be permanently marked by the history of the Dean of the Quebec Nation, a true representative of our democracy.
L'honorable député de Vancouver Kingsway.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to join my colleagues in congratulating and paying tribute to the member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel-Albonac. I was elected for the first time in 2008, and at that time, the member was already the Dean of this House. Supervising the election of the Speaker. And surprisingly, he also played that same role a few months ago when I myself became the Dean of the NDP caucus. He was elected in 1984 under the Mulroney Progressive Conservatives. 4 years later, he was elected once more at a time when the election campaign actually had to do with our trade relationship with the U.S. So the current landscape must not be that surprising for him. Over our years of collaboration, I saw that he represents his constituents with humor and passion. He was reelected a dozen times. That is entirely remarkable. And so I think his constituents also were aware of his special qualities. His constant presence in this House has contributed to our experience and is the proof of the hard work that he has been doing for his voters for over 40 years and more. On behalf of the NDP, I'd like to congratulate the member on his incredible achievement. Thank you, Mr. Plamondon.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to join in to this moment where we are paying tribute to the Dean of the House and my dear friend. When I was elected in 2011, we were a small team. Perhaps no one here knows that at that time, no one will be surprised to hear that I was the only member of the Green Party at that time. But there were only 4 members of the Bloc Québécois, and we were a team because the 5 of us together were always asking for recorded divisions. We worked together. And our colleague used his incredible expertise to help me on many occasions. I'm so fond of him. We know that he is the person who sat longer than anyone else. But according to the leader of the official opposition, of the Bloc Québécois rather, we are also hearing that he is the Céline Dion of this parliament. I didn't know that. He has a remarkable record as Dean of this House, as a respected fellow member. He's someone who has always been there to work hard for people in Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel. I am so pleased that we are taking time to pay tribute to him. He is extraordinary. And I hope that we will have more times like this when we come together to talk about how much we respect someone extraordinary. When our colleague, as he occasionally did after elections, sat in the Speaker's chair, each time he was in the Speaker's chair, he always kept order in this House without having to raise his voice, because he, just with his presence, would make things calm, clear, and there were no issues with members' behavior. I think that was thanks to his strength of character. I'm sorry for my French. I didn't practice his speech, but I can only say that to my friend, an extraordinary member, I hope that there will still be time for him to add to his incredible record. He could still become a member of the Green Party, for example. That would add to his record.
Honorable député de Bécancour, Nicolas.
The honorable member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel-Allenbach. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you sincerely for your patience, hard work, and your extraordinary capacity to remain calm. I'd like to thank all of the various members who paid tribute to me in words that I find perhaps too generous. I'd like to thank the leader of my party, the member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'd like to thank the member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. I'd like to thank the member for Lévis-Lobinière, a neighbor of mine, and also my friend. I'd like to thank the honorable member for Vancouver Kingsway. And I'd like to thank, I almost named her by her name, but I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank all of you for what you've said. You've been very generous, very, very generous. I am deeply touched by everything you've said. Thank you. This will remain a cherished memory. I'd also like to thank the Bloc Québécois group that I've had the honor to work with. Your hard work, creativity, sense of duty, and your capacity to tolerate my anecdotes all deserve to be underscored. Thank you for having supported me and sometimes corrected my behaviors. Today, I rise not only as a member, but also as someone who has borne witness to a series of years that I could never have imagined when I started my career. 42 years. That is 5,059 days of parliamentary service. Majority governments, minority governments, governments that were toppled, governments that came back to life, 12 federal prime ministers, reforms, economic crises, passionate debates, thousands of speeches, a historic referendum, and a great deal of red tape, enough to cover Champlain Bridge 2 times over. I've seen this House in its best moments and sometimes in its noisiest moments, but it has always been clear that our democracy, albeit imperfect, remains essential and precious. I came here in 1984. I was going to say 1884. That would be something that perhaps some current members, well, some of these members that are here today were in kindergarten. Others were learning how to spell, and some hadn't even been imagined by their parents. Being here and being here for so long is something that I do not take for granted. When I started, a lot of people said, finish out your term, but you might get sick of it and not stay very long. a few years turned into a quarter of a century, then 3 decades. And you know the rest. But I can say that I have never once been bored. What is extraordinary in a political career is that the years go by, debates go by, governments change, but one's passion remains. And if I still have the energy and enthusiasm, well, the fact that I still have that passion and enthusiasm when I get up to serve my constituents, I feel like that because this role is still one of the greatest honors of my life. To be elected for a single year is a real action of trust, and to sit out your term is quite a responsibility. But to be elected for 40 years is an honor that exceeds the capacity of words to describe. Thanks to the people of Bécancour-Nicolet, Sorel-Lanobac, thanks to the trust they place in me year after year, thanks to their advice, sometimes gentle, sometimes very direct, thanks to their care for a member who always tried to be accessible, humane, and down to earth, I owe them everything. To be an MP for 4 decades means that I have been there for the changes that we've seen in our country, in our technologies. When I arrived, there were no cell phones, no social media. There were notebooks and typewriters. Today, everything is faster, but our profession remains essentially the same. We need to listen and to represent people. When I think about how I started out in politics, I remember that here in Parliament, people would still type out their speeches on the typewriter. Some of you were not born yet. And the press gallery was full. Meanwhile, caucuses have been created, have split, and sometimes have been able to heal. Some colleagues became friends. Others disappeared into the history books. And I have borne witness to the nation of Quebec, which grew, fought, and has constantly been able to help the French language shine. Over the years, I became the Dean of the House of Commons and the member with the longest record in the history of Canada. I am still shocked by that myself because it was never my goal. And of course, being the Dean of the House comes with some responsibilities, opening each legislature, each parliament, but also telling anecdotes that nobody remembers except you. But it's also a privilege to bear witness to the cycles of our democracy and the continuity of our institutions. And I can say sincerely that each time I see new members arriving, I remember A, that time passes so quickly, and B, that we have idealistic and determined young members every year, and that is something that cheers me greatly. I'm often asked what keeps me motivated after all these years, and I always answer, it is the people that I meet, my constituents. I have never forgotten that behind every debate, every vote, every speech, there is a farmer who gets up before dawn. There is a single mom who manages to achieve miracles. There is an entrepreneur who risks everything to create something. There is a young person who wants a prouder, fairer, greener nation, and a senior who is hoping for what they deserve after a long life of hard work.
They are the ones who guide, who encourage, who allowed me to get through this many days as MP with one strong belief. A member is only as great or is as great as the constituents they represent. Quebec has been incredibly important in my time in politics. Since the very beginning of the Bloc Québécois, I've had the privilege to defend Quebec's values and interests here in Ottawa. Our political party has grown, developed, welcomed new members, new generations. We have always spoken French, the language of Molière, such a beautiful language, and that has been my most noble mission. I remember my early days, early caucus meetings. We were more passionate than prepared. Passion was our compass. Today, I see my colleagues, a new generation of Bloc Québécois MPs, and I see that the torch is being carried, well carried, and the flame never goes out. This time as an MP has made me more wise, or somewhat at least. Listening is better than anger. Bridges are more useful than walls. Humor can get us through many situations. And respect, even when we differ, is essential to a healthy democracy. But we must also stay true to ourselves. We must be authentic and faithful to those who elected us. In conclusion, dear colleagues, I never took this job for granted. With each speech, each question, I've always seen it as a privilege. The people of Bécancour, Nicolet, Sorel, Alnobac have elected me many times, and I try to serve them faithfully, loyally, and always serving democracy. Mr. Speaker, this record of 15,059 days, 40 years, is not a personal achievement. It speaks to the collective effort, my effort, the Bloc Québécois' efforts, my family's efforts, and the efforts of constituents who have supported me. It's also a tribute to this institution, the House of Commons, which I greatly respect. It is not perfect, no parliament is, but this is the place where the will of the people is expressed, where ideas are formed, where the future is built. And it's been a privilege to be here for over 4 decades. I thank the constituents who have voted for me. I thank my Bloc Québécois colleagues, former and current. I thank all members of Parliament of all political stripes with whom I have debated, shared compromises, and even sometimes developed real friendships. Thank you to my family, which allowed me to be in politics. They've always had to be very patient. I'd also like to thank my employees who've always helped me in my riding office and on the Hill. Rita, Carole, Michel, France, Jocelyne, Caroline, Jacqueline, Denis, and Charlie. I'd also like to thank the House of Commons staff. I thank the interpreters, transportation staff, constables, and everyone who works to ensure that our democracy can function. I thank the current Bloc Québécois leader as well, the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you for allowing me to do today what I still love the most, proudly and with great determination represent my constituents. I am not at the end of a chapter at my age. No, I'm still in the middle of a story which is being written. I continue to wake up day after day, proud to be a member of Parliament. Thank you for these 42 years, and thank you for being here today with me to celebrate these 15,059 days of my life, which have had a great impact on me. Thank you.
Chers collègues,
colleagues,
Is it quite as we've ever been?
Chers collègues, je vous remercie des paroles.
Colleagues, thank you for your kind words and good wishes and deep respect that you have shown for our colleague, the member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel-Alnobac. All members know that politics is full of uncertainty and change. Being elected as a member and serving as a member is usually a relatively short chapter in one's life or one's career, maybe a few years if we are lucky. Well, our colleague has made history with his service as a member of parliament, which is now the longest. The member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel-Alnobac, has experienced 13 legislatures, 7 prime ministers, and 11 speakers since first being elected in 1984 during the 33rd legislature. To what does he owe his success? Well, it's simple. He has always put his constituents above all else. Our member said in March, "I feel just as motivated as I did after the first time I was elected. I will not neglect anything. I will continue to work well with the people of my riding in this job I love." He is a shining example of dedication and devotion. All members know that weekends and riding weeks are times when we have a lot of work to do. Now, let's talk about how many meetings and events our colleague must have participated in his riding as a member. Well, the numbers are incredible. Just imagine how many times he's met with his constituents since 1984. And in this place, far from his riding, the member has always spoken very well about major issues of the past 4 decades. He has always been respectful toward his colleagues, and he's always respected democracy. He has taught us a lot about how to behave in this place and how to be members of parliament, and we continue to learn from you. I congratulate you, dear colleague, and I thank you sincerely for your service. You are generous, kind, and always smiling. You've taught us that politics is connection, dedication, empathy, and compassion, and most of all, service. Congratulations, my friend, and now I invite you all to the Speaker's dining room to celebrate our colleague, as he deserves.
Order. Pursuant to order made on Monday, November 24th, 2025, I wish to inform the House that because of the tributes, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 37 minutes. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En vertu de l'article...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, 32, and 85.1 of the Official Languages Act, it is my honor to table in both official languages the Official Languages Administrative Monetary Penalties Regulations, and pursuant to Standing Order 5, this should be immediately referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
32.2 and Section 85.1 of the Official Languages Act, I have the honor to table in both official languages the draft of the proposed Official Languages Administrative Monetary Penalties Regulations. Also, pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, the proposed regulation should be immediately referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. the experience of Indigenous veterans. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests a government response to the report.
I rise to present the supplemental report of the Conservative members of the committee. Our supplemental report is entitled Conservatives Demand Action instead of just words for Indigenous and all veterans. While we agree with much of the main report and the points that were heard from many of the witnesses that they felt left behind by that government, but there were a number of concerns that were raised by many veterans in the committee that were left out of the main report, and so we've tabled this supplemental report to highlight those issues, the all too familiar stories of the current cost of living crisis and the housing crisis and what that's doing to our veterans. More and more veterans than ever are on the streets and relying on food banks. And we're recommending that the Liberal government get their out-of-control spending in order and stop ignoring the homelessness crisis amongst our veterans. And so we've tabled this supplemental report to highlight those issues.
Reports from committees. The Deputy de Vaudreuil.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. The report is Putting Passengers First, Improving Via Rail's Emergency Response Effectiveness. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a response to the report.
Well, member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 10th report later this day.
Presenting reports on committees. Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2025-2026.
Good stuff.
Presenting reports from committees. Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages
the Standing Committee on Health entitled Women's Health in Canada, Closing the Gender Gap. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a supplementary report from the Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Health. While we welcome the report, the study on women's health, however, we believe the report did not fully reflect all issues raised during the study. First, Canada's worsening shortage of doctors, nurses, and healthcare professionals is denying women the timely care they need. With 6.5 million Canadians without a family doctor, delays in diagnosis and treatment are putting women's health at risk. Second, rising crime rates, including sexual assault and intimate partner violence, continues to harm women at alarming rates. This reality cannot be ignored in any serious discussion of women's health. Finally, Conservatives emphasize the urgent need to address the increasing rate of violence against healthcare workers, a workforce largely made up of women. Those who dedicated their lives to caring for others must never fear their safety at work. We urge the government to act on these concerns and deliver real results for Canadian women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented in the House earlier this day, be concurred in.
Is it unanimous consent that we agree to the aforementioned report be agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to table a petition on behalf of Canadians who are deeply concerned about the future of Indigenous languages. The petitioners draw the attention of the House to the fact that reconciliation requires urgent action to address the devastating loss of language and culture that Indigenous peoples have experienced. They note that while more and more Indigenous people are seeking to learn their languages, the number of fluent speakers continues to fall. They further raise concern that recent changes to federal funding, especially in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, put language preservation and revitalization at risk. They're therefore calling on the Government of Canada to ensure fair adequate and long-term funding for Indigenous language programming so that this vital work can continue before it's too late, and to fix the changes that affect Indigenous languages and Indigenous language speakers and preservation that's needed in British Columbia in particular. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands who are concerned with the global issue, but it's also local, of the threat to our pollinators, including honeybees, who are an essential part of our food system. We know that without pollinators, agriculture would crash, and yet the petitioners point out we continue across North America and Europe in seeing extreme declines in pollinator populations, particularly among bees, and it's been linked, no surprise, to insecticides that are particularly toxic to bees. So the particular class of insecticides that the European Union has taken action to control, but Canada has not, are the ones short form called neonics. They're nicotine-based insecticides, neonicotinoid insecticides. And the petitioners ask that Canada follow the European Commission's lead and apply the precautionary principle and restrict the use of these dangerous chemicals to protect our bees and our agriculture.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-15, Budget 2025, Implementation Act No. 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Jennis.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, pleasure to be able to join everyone here on the discussions on the budget and the Budget Implementation Act. Budget that I proudly voted against. And I voted against this budget for many, many reasons. And we know that this Prime Minister continues to run up the deficit and the debt in this country. He's using Canada's credit card to finance this very costly and unaffordable budget. This budget continues to drive up the cost of living for Canadians on everything, from groceries, from housing, to the cost of any new equipment, cars. All of it continues to go out of control. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know that since October 2024, the cost of groceries, according to the inflation data that's available, has gone up 3.4%. Year after year, month after month, day after day, week after week, we see more and more costs, and yet the Canadians' paychecks are not rising. And when they do rise, these government liberals, of course, are putting their hands into their pockets with more and more taxes. Now, the Prime Minister has broken so many promises since he was sworn in 8 months ago, and I know that just in this last 6 months, the one promise he said that he was going to keep the deficit at $16 billion. Well, guess what? In this Budget Implementation Act, it's $78 billion. He promised to lower the debt to GDP ratio. Well, guess what? He's raising both it and inflation at the same time. He promised to spend less, but this budget is costing $90 billion more. That is $5,400 in more inflationary spending per household across this country, and that means it's less money in the pockets of Canadians. He promised to help municipalities with housing and by cutting down house building taxes in those municipalities. Well, with this budget, he breaks that promise. And you know what? He promised that there'd be more investment here in Canada. And as we just witnessed when he was over in the UAE, he's actually taking money out of Canada to invest over there rather than attract money from the UAE into Canada. So again, a broken promise. Investment in this country continues to collapse. Now, what this budget forces Canadians to do is that we're spending more on debt interest servicing than on health care transfers to the provinces, and it's more than what actually the government even collects in GST. So every dollar, we've got to also remember that, these big, big deficits,
And this great big debt that we have now, that's now $1.35 trillion, is borrowed from bankers and bondholders. And that is money that should be in the hands of Canadians. And it's not going to invest in more doctors and nurses in our healthcare system. Now, this budget, one of the reasons I'm opposed to this, Mr. Speaker, is it's going to increase our federal debt by over $321.7 billion. That's twice as much as what Justin Trudeau promised that he would do. And that means that this budget will borrow $10 million, which will be added to our budget, or added to our debt every hour. Our national debt continues to grow, as I said, to $1.35 trillion, costing us $55.6 billion on interest to service that debt. Just to put it in perspective, that's more than Canada healthcare transfer to the provinces, which is $54.7 billion. Now, as the Shadow Minister for National Defence, Mr. Speaker, I do have to talk about the money that's in this budget. To honour, as the budget says, Canada will meet the North Atlantic Treaty Organization's, the NATO 2% spending target. And I'm just wondering, how they're going to get there. This budget proposes that they're going to have $81.8 billion over the next 5 years on a cash basis. That's over $9 billion more than what the Prime Minister promised back in June. And there's going to be over $30 billion in capital investments. What those capital investments are, they haven't said. But where are the Liberals actually finding this money, and is it actually increasing the lethality and capability of the Canadian Armed Forces? Well, we know one place that they're finding money is that they're cutting veterans' benefits by $4.23 billion in this budget. $4.23 billion, and the government whip can sit there and laugh, but it's actually in the budget. And we know that this cut, and as much as they're saying it's coming out of medical cannabis programs for the veterans, well, I can tell you what, that's only $100 million a year. That's only $400 million over 4 years. And they're still at $4.23 billion. So where's the transparency? What services are our veterans losing? And as we know, this government has failed our veterans at every turn. Like, look at the Minister of Veterans Affairs, didn't understand that there was Memorial Day on July 1st in Newfoundland and Labrador. Didn't understand that every memorial service that we have during Remembrance Day across Canada on November 11th needs wreaths. They only wanted us as MPs only to have 2, even though in my riding we have 20 Remembrance Day services, and they didn't think that was important, because as long as they had enough for their big city Remembrance Day services, that was fine. So this has all been unacceptable, and we need both the minister to come clean as to where these cuts are coming from. The budget is vague, and that the dollars just aren't there. Now, also, we question whether or not the government can actually spend this money. We know the Department of National Defence, over the last 10 years of these Liberals, have lapsed over $10 billion in defence spending. And they'll always tell you, and whether the Minister Sagen or the former Minister of Defence, get up and say that, guess what? We will make sure any money that isn't used in one fiscal year, that we will repurpose it and use it in next year or the year after that. Well, I can tell you that in subsequent years of dollars that have been available out of the $10 billion that lapsed, they've only been able to actually earmark $110 million. Only 10% of the dollars that have lapsed have actually ever gone back to be invested in the defence budget. The rest of the money, of course, was turned back to general revenue and used on other Liberal pet projects. And so defence, again, maybe there's $9 billion there. Maybe 4.2 billion is coming from Veterans Affairs, but I can tell you that if they don't spend it, they'll claw it back, because that's what the Liberals do on defence. Now, the other way that they're going to try to get these numbers up, and we already know this, is through creative accounting. The Liberals are great at creative accounting when they start talking about how they're going to get to actually 2%. So we know that in 2017, 2018, when they first started doing the creative accounting, they moved all of the veterans' pensions became national defence spending, so nothing there in lethality or capability. We know that they went, Mr. Speaker, that they actually went and moved some Coast Guard spending over and some Global Affairs Canada spending. Well, I can tell you that in 2017, 2018, they moved $47 million from Coast Guard into National Defence. That then increased to $759 million just a couple of years ago. And this year, they've moved the entire Department of the Canadian Coast Guard, which does ice breaking, navigation, search and rescue. They do ocean mapping and environmental research. And now they're all of a sudden all defense spending, and they've moved over $2.4 billion into national defense, with adding no new defensive capabilities for the Canadian Armed Forces. We also know in this budget they're transferring over from Transport Canada aviation services. We don't even know how much that is yet, but it's still more of the shell game. We're going to take from this department and that department and move it over. So there's absolutely no transparency here. And the reason they can do that is there's been a new change at NATO that any spending under the Department of National Defense, whether it's civilian salaries or anything, can count towards NATO spending. And so I'm just waiting for the government to say, like, the National Child Care Program goes to national defense, or old age security pensions will go to national security, and that's how we're going to get to 2%, Mr. Speaker. So we know that these guys can't be trusted to actually make the investments we need. In the budget, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals actually talked about retiring some of our older fleets that are costing too much money to maintain. And so the Deputy Minister of National Defense and the Chief of Defense Staff said in a release that we're reviewing these savings to assess what they mean for our organization. Work to implement them will only begin if the budget has the support of Parliament, so we will share additional information with you once the House of Commons debate and vote take place. They don't even know what the government's doing or what fleets we're going to retire and how we're going to fill any capability gaps that are occurring. Are they parking our submarines, our old Victoria-class submarines, even though we're still waiting years before we get our next new submarine? Are they going to park the rest of our Leopard tanks, which are in poor condition, and then not have any tanks here in Canada for training on or for getting ready in case there's a conflict? Are they retiring also the Cyclone helicopters, which are abandoned? There's so many questions, Mr. Speaker, about this budget and how it's not actually making our Canadian Armed Forces stronger and better able to protect Canada.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
It's not about what he said, Mr. Speaker. It's about what he didn't say. He spent a lot of time talking about NATO and military infrastructure and spent absolutely zero time talking about the actual men and women that are in our armed forces. Right. I was on the Defense Committee with this member for 4 years. We toured bases together throughout Canada. Can he look into the camera over there and tell the folks that work at CFB Kingston and other bases throughout the country why he voted against and plans again to vote against a 20% pay raise for them? Wow. I mean, I don't expect him to do that, Mr. Speaker. After all, this is the former parliamentary secretary that oversaw defense spending in Canada when it fell below 1% for the only time in recorded Canadian history.
Wow. Want to talk about that.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Speaker, we actually have on the record from the Library of Parliament that last year, when you take out the creative accounting, the Liberals' expenditures on apples to apples, actual defense spending, was 1.01%. They haven't been making the investments. And if this minister can sanctimoniously stand here and say, look in the camera, I'll look in the camera. I've been fighting for our Canadian Armed Forces always. Well, because have you looked at the budget? The budget sucks. So, Mr. Speaker, let's just say this. If this member is so much in favor of supporting the troops, especially in CFB Kingston, where the housing is terrible, we hear about rat infestations and frozen water pipes, that we need to make sure that they are actually putting the money in the housing, and why are they only building 32 new houses this year?
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his great speech. I just was hoping that he could comment a little bit more about members of the Canadian Armed Forces having to line up at food banks in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Westlock for that question, because when it comes down to it, we're seeing way too many members of the Canadian Armed Forces that, we do welcome the raise that the Canadian Armed Forces are getting. They need it. But guess what? They also are not investing in all the other avenues that they need. Housing is unaffordable in most of the places where our bases are, like Halifax, like Esquimalt, like Toronto, like Kingston. And because of that, a lot of these guys are living rough. They're having to live in campers, they're couch surfing, they're staying in their cars because there isn't enough housing out there for them. Actually, there was a story that just broke this week from the Western Standard and from Blacklock's with research that was done that 10% of our troops are actually leaving under 10 years because of the cost of living crisis and lack of housing that's available for them.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Sure. Looking at the Canadian Physicians website, the College of Canadian Physicians, they cite that over 1 million visits, 250,000 hours of family physicians' time, about equivalent to about 1 million patient visits, are spent doing the disability tax credit form. In this budget, they put $10 million aside to help pay for that. But wouldn't it be easier, Mr. Speaker, if instead of wasting $10 million of taxpayers' time and 1 million doctors' hours, they just honored if somebody was on disability in their province and territory, that they'd actually get the Canada Disability Benefit? It would be much more simple. Wouldn't it make sense? But you know why, Mr. Speaker, they don't do it? Because they're actually knowing that people don't have the energy and time, and they're struggling to navigate the system, so they're denying them the benefits that they deserve. That maybe my colleague can speak about. This is a simple fix. Thank you.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
And I agree with my colleague from the NDP with that statement. All too often we have constituents come in that having to go and jump through all sorts of hoops to get the disability tax credit. The Liberals have allowed the CRA to go out there and make life more difficult rather than making it easier. And burying them in red tape and bureaucracy and having to jump through endless hoops is not the way to be compassionate as a society. And I want to make sure that we are there for those that actually need those tax credits. And instead of making it more difficult, let's make it easier. And let's actually, instead of wasting so much money on running up these increasing deficits, let's be able to get those deficits under control so that we can put more money into health care.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy and excited to rise to speak in support of the Bill C-15 Budget Implementation Act and to explain why this legislation matters to communities like London West and the broader southwestern Ontario corridor. Mr. Speaker, we came off of a campaign in April of 2025 with an ambition plan to respond to pressures that Canadians sent us to resolve in this session, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, the one that just happened in April 2025, I spent so many hours speaking to many Londoners, asking them what was the most important issue for them. And I believe that in this election, the most important issue was actually responding to the tariff pressures, the economic pressures that Canadians were feeling. I think the tariff pressures came on top of extra economic pressures that Canadians were already feeling due to many external pressures, such as COVID-19, such as the war, the Ukrainian war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. These were all factors into why Canadians were experiencing pressures in their pockets. Families were scrambling to feed themselves. There was a lot of price gouging in food prices. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians were feeling real pressures, whether it was through finances, whether it was through putting their kids through extracurricular activities, whether it was even through putting kids in daycare. And Mr. Speaker, we have been a government that has constantly responded to these pressures, because on this side of the House, we believe that Canadians want a government that functions, that responds to pressures, and that can also withstand, Mr. Speaker, external pressures that come, these global issues that impact us all here in Canada. Right. And as we have seen, there has been many global challenges that continue to impact all of our economic. Even when we have economic plans, Mr. Speaker, we can always plan to see other pressures that come into play, and we have to be ready to respond to those pressures. We have to be ready to support Canadian families, Canadian workers, and that's why they sent us back in April of 2025 in this House to make sure that we can, one, respond to tariff pressures, respond to issues where young people are unable to access homes that are affordable to them, to respond to Canadian family pressures around affordability. So that's kind of where I'm going to frame my speech, Mr. Speaker, but I just wanted to start with that frame that this budget really did respond to a promise that we made in 2025, in April of 2025 when we were campaigning. I believe that Budget 2025 comes at a really important time because it makes concrete changes on how Canada responds to global economic pressures and how we equip our workforce. It also responds to how we ensure young people can build stable lives in their communities that they come from. So my remarks, as I said today, are going to focus on areas where, on these areas, on how Canada's responded to the tariffs, on external economic pressures, the support of businesses and communities, innovation, job creation through retooling and skilled trades, and the connection between youth opportunity and housing. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 reflects a clear shift in how we think about economic strength. It does not assume that markets will organize themselves. It does not assume that workers can absorb endless disruption. And it does not assume that housing will magically fix itself. Instead, it is built around three practical priorities: strengthening Canada's response to global pressures, investing in innovation and workforce capability, and rebuilding opportunity for Canadian families and young people through affordability measures, housing, and employment pathways. And this matters, Mr. Speaker, for areas like Southwestern Ontario and my community of London West, because these are measures that are experienced through job stabilities, rent payments, and whether young people can stay close to home or find meaningful work. So Canada and many countries in the world are operating in a world that is changing really fast and becoming very unpredictable. And the global trade rules that have long powered our prosperity for decades are being rewritten, and that is creating real pressures on Canadian small businesses, medium and large, real risks for workers, and real uncertainty for families. And in that context, our focus here has to be clear. We have to strengthen what we can control here at home, and that means growing our economy faster, building more of what we need here in Canada, and making sure that we never overly depend on one single country. It also means that we have to make disciplined choices. We have to cut waste where it exists, and we have to invest in, with purpose in the infrastructure, housing, skills, and industries that will carry us forward and that will create immense opportunities for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is a moment for serious leadership, for practical action and long-term thinking, and this is exactly how we're going to build a stronger and more self-reliant Canada. Canadians sent us here not to sit on the sidelines while the world changes around us, but they sent us with big, bold ambitions. They sent us with a clear expectation that we will act to protect their jobs and that we will position our country to compete and win big. And that's exactly what we've seen so far, Mr. Speaker. Since Prime Minister Carney has become Prime Minister, we have secured major investments, trade commitments that are strengthening our supply chains. We've opened new markets for Canadian businesses, and we're bringing real capital into our economy. These are not symbolic announcements. These are real investments, Mr. Speaker, that will result to real jobs in the country, real economic power in strengthening our businesses and our making a stronger country. There are practical steps that are already leading in new facilities, expanded production, and good-paying jobs in communities across the country. This is about doing the work that Canadians wanted us to do when they sent us here in April of 2025. We have an opportunity to work together with the entire House to make sure that we can protect Canadian jobs, we can create real meaningful opportunities for Canada, and that we can continue to position Canada as a real partner around the world. Canada has exactly what the world needs, and the world is calling on Canada to step up, and that's what we're doing. We're opening up opportunities of trade. Prime Minister Carney has already signed trade in the UAE, Indonesia, and many, many more to come, Mr. Speaker. Right. And this is really important for the agriculture sector, innovation sector, and there are real opportunities here, Mr. Speaker. And I think when the tariff pressures came, it was both an opportunity and a pressure for Canadians. An opportunity for us to grow as a country and to continue to show that we are a strong middle power that can stand on the world stage, but also an opportunity to protect our jobs and to build the future that we want to see for our young people. Mr. Speaker, building a stronger economy only works if the people who power it are equipped to succeed. And that's why our government is investing in people. We are rolling out large-scale reskilling supports so that workers can transition into growing industries, modernizing employment insurance to make it flexible and responsive, and launching the digital job matching tools that connect Canadians to their careers faster. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we're bringing employers, we're bringing unions and industry together through new workforce partnerships to align training with real labor market needs. And these are practical steps that will ensure that growth is not abstract, but it shows up as a stable, well-paid job. And through major infrastructure investment, we're already unlocking tens of billions of dollars in economic activity that will support thousands of good-paying jobs and strengthen our productivity in the long term. Now, housing is a core part of our economic plan because we know that workers cannot build stable lives and businesses and show up to work if they do not have an affordable place that they can live in. As Canada faces real housing supply gap, our response is focused on speed, on scale, and coordination. And through Budget 2025, we're taking this direction to bring more homes on faster by removing barriers for first-time home buyers, by launching Build Canada Homes to drive larger scale public-private construction and modernizing how homes are built. And we will do this, Mr. Speaker, by using Canadian products. This means that we will work with industry, we will work with provinces, we will work with municipalities and Indigenous partners to deliver affordable and cooperative housing at scale, and using new building technologies, securing long-term investment, and prioritizing Canadian material and supply chains. And the goal here is very clear. More homes built faster, restored affordability, real pressures relief for families and workers, and young people trying to build their future in their own communities. Right on. And I think that if I can give an example of a London West example, we're doing that. Just a couple weeks ago, I was in my riding announcing $11 million that create 50 affordable units in London. That's 50 more people, Mr. Speaker, who will not have to be homeless, who can have a home that they can call their own, and then begin to think about their work opportunities. It looks like my time is up, so I look forward to being able to answer more questions and talking more about the things that I care about in this budget. And I hope that the entire House can understand that these are real pressures that Canadians are feeling and are looking to pass this bill as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have been in power for over 10 years now, and have failed to secure a softwood lumber deal. They have been in power while there has been 3 different presidents in the United States, and they've failed to diversify our markets around the world after Stephen Harper left them with a legacy of 42 free trade agreements having been signed around the world. Our energy is still landlocked in Alberta. I'm just wondering what the honourable colleague has to say around getting our resources to market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think we have some great news. Prime Minister Carney just announced new support for steel and lumber industry, but nothing. He's announcing steel and lumber industries for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Look, I just finished telling this House how Canadians sent us here because they want us to find real solutions for the real problems that they have, and that's what we're doing. I think it's important to note for the people who elected this member that he voted against all those measures. So when he asks me these questions, the question should be asked to him. Why do you vote against Canadians?
And I'll just remind the honourable member for London West not to use the last name of the Prime Minister or any honourable member in the House. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague and friend's comments today on the budget. And I think it's really encouraging if we go back, as she's pointed out, to the last election, coming out of it, talking about Trump, tariffs, and trade, and how important it was. And the Prime Minister really highlighted this, that we needed to be able to expand opportunities beyond the Canada-United States border. My friend made reference to a number of different countries. There's also the potential. We heard just in the last little while potential agreements between Canada, Philippines, Canada, and India. These are the type of things that are going to make a profoundly positive impact for all Canadians. And I'm wondering if you could just pick up on the point of why it's so important that we build that Canada strong.
London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague and friend's question. It's a very good question. Mr. Speaker, I just talked about how important it is for us to position Canada to continue to be a strong nation that can build other partners and not rely on one single country. My colleague here talked about, the importance of building relationships across the world. We're doing that. He knows, because he's a strong supporter of the Filipino community here in Canada. He's worked on this file for a long time. He knows how important it is for us to build those relationships. He knows how important it is for us to build a relationship in Indonesia and other partners, Mr. Speaker, where we can find common ground, people who share the same values and be able to trade together, Mr. Speaker. And that's what this government is doing and will continue to do. And most importantly, there are so many good news that we can't even keep track of them. I mean, as I was speaking, I was trying to catch on the newest announcement that the Prime Minister is making to support Canadians. But Mr. Speaker, the opposite members continue to laugh and heckle as I speak, but the importance, they're forgetting that Canadians sent us back in this House to protect their jobs.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Farmers in Saskatchewan and across Western Canada are suffering under these unfair tariffs, unjust tariffs that were on our canola from China. We had the Prime Minister go on a trade mission to China. There was no resolution. He went to India, and the only thing he came back with was more tariffs. Can the honourable member name one thing in the budget that will actually help Saskatchewan farmers?
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the opposite member hasn't been, their party has not been in government for a long time, so I think maybe they need a refreshing of memory on how we conduct those discussions when we are doing diplomatic conversations around trade and agreements that we can bring to our country. Those are not things that happen overnight, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of work that goes into that. And, while they continue to talk down in Canada, we will continue to build. We'll continue to secure deals that actually are meaningful for Canadians. And the conversation that the specific question that he's asking, Mr. Speaker, is something that many colleagues on this side of the House have continued to engage on. We have the Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister who was in those discussions, and they're ongoing, Mr. Speaker. And in the meantime, this member can maybe tell his electors why he continues to vote against Canadians.
Right on.
Resuming debate. La prise de débat, the honourable member for Ponoka, Tisbury.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've witnessed a number of budgets over my 20-year parliamentary career. Some of them were good, the first 10, and some of them have been pretty bad, well, the ones since then. And what makes a bad budget? Generally a Liberal. To the average Canadian, a bad budget may be one that fails to balance what one wants and what one needs, lending to a shortfall. A bad budget leaves one open to unpredictability and makes it difficult to adapt to changing circumstances. In contrast, a good budget allows one to address current needs but still have some money left over to plan for the future. It allows people to invest in the things that their families need the most. And we can classify these kinds of budgets as either a responsible budget or an irresponsible budget. These same budgetary patterns can be observed in Parliament, usually following along party lines. My time in the Harper government showed me what a responsible budget actually looked like, while my time in opposition has taught me what an irresponsible budget looks like. Those irresponsible budgets were usually presented by the Liberal Party or the Liberal government, mostly Justin Trudeau, and they've all had varying degrees of severity. One could argue that under the last Prime Minister, this level of carelessness reached new heights. These were, for all intents and purposes, tax and spend NDP-style budgets that turned our national debt now into a national albatross burden around our neck. And that burden has become an ever-increasing liability. Our federal debt has reached over $1.28 trillion. That's $1,280 billion, an incomprehensibly large sum to the average person. For context, when the St. Lawrence Seaway was constructed in 1959, it has been one of the most important infrastructure projects in our history. It cost $470 million, nearly $5 billion in today's currency, and I don't believe that we have received the same economic benefits as the Seaway for much of this new debt over the last 10 years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have doubled, the Liberals have doubled, the national debt in this country in the last 10 years, and I can't think of a single significant nation-building infrastructure project that we got for that money. The debt is so large that it's now impacting our finances. In 2025, Canada's federal government is projected to spend approximately $54 billion on servicing just our debt. That's nearly as much as the $54.5 billion spent on the federal health transfers to our provinces. Our debt is so large now that it is equivalent to one of the core functions of our government, is servicing the debt. Yet the government keeps wasting money on vanity projects such as their current gun grab that won't do anything at all to address public safety. We know this to be true because the minister said so when he thought no one was listening, and basically said it was all to get votes in certain parts of the country. And if you don't believe me, Mr. Speaker, and if the Liberals don't want to believe me, they can just ask the Toronto Police Association, which just today put out a tweet saying the confiscation program is ineffective, and they're asking the government to instead use that money towards funding frontline policing. Over the past 10 years, we have witnessed budget after budget of ballooning deficits. Then the Prime Minister that presented those atrocious budgets resigned. Good riddance. The man who replaced that Prime Minister, the member for Nepean, told Canadians that he was the so-called reasonable guy. He said that he and only he could address Canada's challenges. He said he would be more fiscally responsible than his predecessor. He promised economic prosperity, and he said that he was best qualified to deal with President Donald Trump. Yet with his first budget delivered late, of course, and I'm very much looking forward to the fall economic statement in April, we see that he is not the man that he said he once was. The budget is nothing short of reckless and is proof that he misrepresented himself to the Canadian electorate in the spring. With a projected deficit of $78.3 billion, this budget gets us nowhere closer to reaching fiscal balance. And to add insult to injury, no trade deal with the United States has materialized. And for those listening at home, I want to give you a snapshot of what is happening here in Ottawa. The Liberals have created generational debt over the last decade under the banner of generational investments, yet these investments have not paid off. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has indicated that GDP growth is stagnant and will remain below 2% for the remainder of the decade. This will make it difficult to manage rising debt levels. The previous fiscal dogma espoused by the previous finance minister was that our debt to GDP ratio was a marker of fiscal sustainability. We disagreed. We thought they were spending too much money. Yet remarkably, this new finance minister has presented a budget that will grow our debt to GDP ratio rather than shrink it. How can we grow our way out of a crisis if our debt is growing proportionally faster than economic growth? We are robbing a future generation of Canadians of their wealth to shore up our present economic frustrations and considerations. This is the same generation that is already struggling to pay for food, pay off their student loans, or even buy a house and start a family. We should be ashamed of the debt we are leaving to future generations. More worrisome still is the fact that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has stated that the Prime Minister has limited room to cut taxes as the debt to GDP ratio continues to grow. And when I spoke of households and budgets, I said that a good budget allows for some maneuverability. This idea of being able to pivot in a crisis is paramount for governments of all political stripes. Yet by stripping our cupboards bare of essentials over the past 10 years, we have left ourselves as a nation very vulnerable. In plain language, we are lacking the fiscal discipline to pivot in a crisis. Furthermore, our economic woes have created a culture of dependency in which the economy is now reliant on the government and not the other way around. Business needs certainty and a reliable fiscal environment to thrive. Yet under this Liberal government, Canada has anything but. To get anything built in this country, one must navigate an intricate web of bureaucracy. This has created a situation in which businesses are fearful of taking the risks that they shouldn't be afraid of taking at all. And as a result, they are not investing in Canada. A recent OECD report indicates the Canadian business landscape is currently facing a significant challenge due to lack of investment. For example, Canada invests less in machinery and equipment than other OECD countries. Furthermore, the investment gap between Canada and the US has widened at a time where our neighbor down south is waging a trade war against us. And I would like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by asking you and all Canadians this very simple question. If passing a budget is an act of stewardship, it's about being disciplined today so that we have a brighter tomorrow. A Greek proverb reads that a society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they know they will never sit. To think of the future is to be altruistic. If we are to be honest with ourselves, do we want our children and our grandchildren to inherit the economic future that we have right now, or do we want to gift them with a flourishing economy in which they can prosper, buy a home, and invest in their families? Mr. Speaker, I know the residents of Ponoka-Didsbury very well, and I see the frustration on their faces. I see the frustration in the faces of the young people in their 20s and 30s who are still living at home, who wish they could buy a home in central Alberta. I see the frustration in my friends and colleagues of my generation who started very successful and prosperous businesses in the oil and gas sector just to watch those businesses disappear, to watch their businesses go bankrupt, to watch all of their assets disappear over the last 10 years because of a government that simply doesn't understand the consequences of the actions that it has taken. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that had this government not cancelled the Northern Gateway pipeline, not cancelled the Energy East pipeline, had not cancelled all but one of the various LNG export terminals on both the east and west coast of this country, that Canada would be in a position today, because one pipeline and one LNG export terminal, each of them taking approximately 10 years to build. Could you imagine the fiscal power that this country would have right now if we unleashed the potential of our natural resources? As an Albertan, I know very well what our contribution is as 10% of the population, 15 to 16% of the GDP to this country, because we have a different attitude, one where the government doesn't control everything that we do, and we unleash the potential of our entrepreneurs, of our investors, and our workers to do the things that build our country and make it great. And until this government retracts and repeals the legislation that has stymied this development, we're going to be in the same place where just Liberals and Liberals alone get to decide what happens in Canada. It's like living with the mafia, Mr. Speaker.
Order, just before we go to questions and comments. Conformément à l'article.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Public Safety. The Honourable Member for York Durham, Border Security. The Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot, Housing.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's disappointing that the Conservatives don't have an actual vision for Canada, other than just one of being negative all the time. At the end of the day, what we have is a Prime Minister and a government that have been very proactive at looking at the benefits of expanding trade opportunities. That's why it's good to see the Prime Minister doing the traveling that he's been doing. All sorts of potential investment that's going to be coming to Canada as a direct result. Take a look at the budget and you find numerous supports, whether it's for our lumber industry, whether it's for Canadians as individuals, yet the Conservatives continue to vote against these types of initiatives. Can the member provide his thoughts in regards to why it is that the Conservative Party doesn't have a vision for Canada beyond just clicking their heels and hoping that something good might happen?
Member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Well, we have a completely different philosophical view on this side of the House. We believe and trust in Canadians to look after themselves. I remember a time in this country where my parents and my grandparents could afford to put food on the table for their families. They didn't need a school lunch program, or they didn't need food banks in order to provide food for their families. I would be embarrassed if I was this member over here about announcing a program where 400,000 kids in Canada now need a school lunch because their families can't afford to pay for it. So this is the whole idea of Liberals. Liberals want to create a culture of dependency. They want to be in absolute control and insert themselves in every way of your life. They want to control absolutely everything that happens from an economic perspective. They want to control the social fabric. You just have to look at the legislation they put in to curb back speech and to control basically everything that Canadians do every single day. Canadians can no longer afford this government. We need a Conservative government that unleashes the opportunities and unleashes the talents that Canadians have.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my Alberta colleague for his speech. And he covered a lot of great topics, but one that I wanted to ask him about was the Liberals continue to talk about these imaginary taxes and the impact they're having on Canadians, whether that's at the grocery store shelf or their ability to grow their business. But if this tax is so imaginary, why in their own budget does it have comments about increasing and strengthening the industrial carbon tax? As a rural riding that has energy, agriculture, and a number of small businesses, I would like to ask my colleague what impact the industrial carbon tax is having on the businesses in his riding.
The honourable member for Pernocca-Disbury.
Well, I want to thank my esteemed colleague from Foothills in Alberta who knows very well what we are capable of in this country and what we are capable of as Albertans. Like I said in my speech, we're 10% of the population, 15 to 16% of the GDP, because we actually have a culture in Alberta of getting things done. We've had years and years and years, decades of Conservative-minded provincial governments that have kept taxes low and created investment, created wealth, created prosperity for the people of Alberta, which then we have shared happily, for the most part, with the rest of Canada, unless we have a Liberal government, of course, which then puts their boot on our neck, taxes us into oblivion, and makes it so that we can't even afford to buy homes, can't afford to buy groceries, can't afford to pay for a roof over our head. This is the policies of the current government, including the industrial carbon tax, are not a path forward to prosperity for this country, and it's going to drive away investment, and it's going to create more problems for our nation.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm curious to know what the member opposite thinks about the fact that his colleague called the food program that is going to be permanent through Budget 2025, that one feeds children in schools, is requested in a lot of schools. Number two is creating job opportunities. His colleague called it garbage. Does the member opposite agree?
The honourable member for Pernocca-Disbury.
She just has to look to her right, to her colleague that just asked me the question previously, who called natural health products garbage in the last Parliament. So, I mean, garbage is garbage, garbage in, garbage out. We can have these conversations all you want. Like I said in my speech, 400,000 kids in Canada as their target for their school lunch program. I would be embarrassed to stand up and say that we as the government for the last 10 years have created such an economic mess in this country that we now need to borrow more money that we don't have to feed kids that parents used to be able to feed on their own.
Exactly.
Order. Resuming debate of the previous debate, the Honourable Secretary of State, Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to stand in the House to talk about the Budget Implementation Act. But before I do, I'd like to just briefly remember a good person, a great Canadian, a champion, and a fine friend. Yesterday, athletes at the 2025 Canadian Olympic Curling Trials in Halifax took a moment away from their competition to honour Colleen Jones and reflect on her legacy. The world champion curler and trailblazing journalist from Halifax passed away at the age of 65 on Tuesday following her battle with cancer. Brad Gushu, Canada's 2006 Olympic gold medalist in curling, said, "I remember being a young curler and watching her and looking up to her as she was always so helpful to me." Mr. Speaker, in 2014 and 2018, I had the opportunity to work with the great Colleen Jones a little bit as a broadcaster with the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in Sochi at the Pyeongchang Olympics, and she was so kind. She was so nice. She's so welcoming and encouraging. As an athlete that, wanted to spread wings a little bit and do something different than my sport, she said, I'm doing the exact same thing. She was still a curling competitor, still an athlete, and just such a kind person. Canada will miss Colleen Jones. She's a world champion, a Scotties champion, a Hall of Famer, and everybody in Nova Scotia will miss Colleen Jones on television, across Canada, and I'd like to send a special note of condolences to everybody that works at the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation as her colleagues, her friends, her teammates remember the great Colleen Jones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I'd like to talk about Budget 2025. Budget 2025 truly has something for every single Canadian. It is the largest ever investment in non-market housing, Mr. Speaker, and this is something that's close to my heart as a proud co-op kid. I've stood in this House to talk about my experiences growing up in non-market housing and my mother's contributions to the sector as a builder in the sector of over 35 years. Used to work at Home Starts, ran Briarview Co-op, and provided so many Canadian families with a safe and affordable place to live. I went to a retirement party last year, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to say that the number of young families that came to me that said, I currently reside at Briarview Co-op, and your mom's just made it possible for us to thrive in the economy. Hardworking families that maybe are new to Canada or not. Non-market housing really fills a much-needed gap in the housing sector. Doesn't take an economist to recognize when you provide families with affordable rents, it also provides them with the opportunity to engage in the economy. So when the federal government steps up to build non-market housing, it should be recognized by every member of this House as a great investment in the prosperity of our nation. I grew up at Chautauqua Co-op, and I can say that I had access to guitar lessons and the canoe club, after-school activities, and even a Nintendo growing up because we had affordable rents, and families still do. But back in the mid-90s, governments gave up on building non-market housing. And just recently, I was at the groundbreaking for a new co-op in Toronto, the first of its kind in 20 years. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Options for Homes, CMHC, for this really big step forward in non-market housing and co-op housing in our country. I'm thrilled that the federal government is back in the business of building cooperative and non-market housing across our country. Build Canada Homes is going to change the game. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his leadership, the Minister of Housing for his leadership in championing non-market housing. This is a solution for the affordability crisis. This is a solution for affordable housing. It's a solution for young families and students. The vast majority of people that move into co-op housing will only move out when they're ready to purchase a home. And while they're staying in and living in community housing like Chautauqua Co-op, they are more capable of engaging in the economy and providing the basics for their families. So I'm thrilled that that's the largest ever investment in non-market housing. Truly a good reason for everybody to vote for Budget 2025. Now, Mr. Speaker, something that's been spoken about just in the last couple of minutes here in this House, but also over the last few weeks, the National School Food Program. I was a huge advocate for this, and it's because I, as a kid, had access to healthy snacks in school because I went to a school with a school food program. Not every school does, and not every province was providing that, but the federal government stepped up and provided transfer payments to provinces to ensure that every province can implement healthy snacks in schools for kids. Every single study that's been done on school food programs indicates that those programs, when well managed, provide young people with opportunity. Grades go up. Young people are more likely to attend class. It's just a win-win-win for society. There's also edible education, and when food's on the curriculum, grades go up. So it's a really great investment in the quality of education right across this country. Very, very proud of it. Want to give all the teachers that came to the House of Commons to advocate for it a big high five, and to thank the Coalition for Healthy School Food for their advocacy, Mr. Speaker. It's astonishing that some members of this House are so staunchly against healthy snacks in schools for kids. Pick your battles. It's just really strange that people are so against healthy snacks in schools for kids. Mr. Speaker, we've also seen in Budget 2025 the most generational investment ever in sport and community infrastructure facilities, something that members of the Conservative Party are in my inbox right now asking me about. It's an interesting thing watching a Conservative member criticize Budget 2025 and then reach out to ministers to identify where they can receive funding for their own communities. I think it's great that they're champions for their communities. I think it's great that they're looking to have community sports facilities built in their ridings. But it is astonishing to see them criticize the budget, vote against the budget, and then ask for some of the money in the budget. Thankfully, our government is going to invest across the country in facilities and infrastructure and community sport, and this is the largest ever investment in community sport infrastructure ever, with a $51 billion contribution over the next 10 years, different streams for provinces and territories, community sport organizations. Mr. Speaker, I often say that sport, physical activity, recreation, and play are preventative medicine. They're a great way to knit our communities together, to bring folks together that might not meet at school or work or church or the mosque is a really, really great way to ensure that our communities are well connected. But studies also show that when there's good, high quality, low and no cost sport programs in community, you also see a safer community. It's a solution for public safety. As somebody that was probably getting into a little bit of trouble after school in grade 7 and 8, my mom found the canoe club, sent me down to the canoe club because I was too young to take care of myself and too old for a babysitter, and the canoe club was the perfect place for me. Kept me out of trouble in my teenage years, got me to the Olympics in my 20s. Couldn't be more grateful for awesome community sport programs right across the country, but certainly in Oakville at the Burloak Canoe Club. It served me well, and I know that building more community sport facilities is a solution for affordability, for ending antisocial behavior, for public safety, for health, for mental health. Everything, every pediatrician I talk to says sport is a great solution for a lot of those. And once again, I just say Conservatives can keep emailing me to ask about sport infrastructure in their communities, even though they vote against the budget and they're vocal opponents to these investments when they're in the House of Commons. Certainly when they're in the communities, they'd welcome the investment. Mr. Speaker, the last issue that I just highlight in Budget 2025 is a transformational investment in the Canadian military. Well-deserved. Long time coming. It's a well-deserved salary increase for the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. I, recently, as every MP from every party did in this House, attended Remembrance Day ceremonies in my riding and laid a wreath at the base of a cenotaph, which commemorates the profound sacrifices that brave men and women made and continue to make for this country. It goes without saying that these days the world is more uncertain and potentially even more dangerous than in previous generations. So having a strong military is a necessity. Making our NATO commitments is an obligation, and it is also important for our economy to ensure that we're self-sufficient and reliant, moving away from reliance on the United States and other partners for these types of investments, as well as fortifying our own economy and our own reliance, moving away from reliance and more on resilience, Mr. Speaker, is a priority for Budget 2025. Budget 2025 will build Canada strong, whether we're talking about important programs like the Canada School Food Program, a generational investment in non-market housing, in our sport, community, and physical activity infrastructure and facilities, or that well-deserved increase in salary for the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm proud of Budget 2025, proud of the Prime Minister and all the ministers engaged in this file, and proud to take some questions too, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I've been listening to this member with respect to housing and the housing plan that the Liberals put forward, so I have a few very specific questions for him. Number one, why did the Prime Minister have to create a whole new office, the Build-in Canada Homes Agency, instead of running this from outside of the Ministry of Housing? Second, the total budget for this program is apparently $13 billion, and the estimate is roughly 4,000 homes. So why does it take $3.25 million to build a 600-foot shoebox when you factor in the cost of the bureaucracy? And finally, there is some relationship, from what I understand, between the company doing the modular homes and Brookfield. What is it that relationship, and how much will Brookfield benefit from this arrangement?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, there is so much misinformation and conspiratorial theory jargon in that little question, I don't even know where to start. But let's start at the obvious, Mr. Speaker. A $13 billion investment in non-market housing over the next 5 years is precisely what this country needs, because currently our co-op and non-market housing stock is too low a percentage when compared to other OECD nations. This should be welcome news to the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. And even as I'm being heckled by the member who asked a question in good faith, I will continue to answer. 4,000 homes is just the beginning. He's multiplied an ongoing denominator or divided it by the total amount that we'll invest over the 5 years by the current allocation. That's not just bad math, it's disingenuous. He knows it's not the case. He can do math, I presume, but that's just not how this works. The first tranche of homes is 4,000 homes, which is a good start, Mr. Speaker, but the member knows that those 4,000 homes will not cost $13 billion. It's farcical and unnecessarily trivial for the member to be pretending so.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to give a specific example, and it's kind of a continuation with regards to the Conservatives. The school nutritional food program, in which the Conservatives have labeled as garbage.
Shame.
Back in 1988 was actually when I was first elected. Sharon Carstairs was the leader. At that time, in the Manitoba legislature, we talked about there's too many children in school that are learning on empty stomachs, that we needed to support children in schools. For the first time ever, we now have a Prime Minister, a government that says it should be a permanent program. Can the member explain to the Conservatives why it is that they should change their attitudes towards that program?
Great question.
The Honourable Secretary of State Sport.
Sure, I'll just make a recommendation, Mr. Speaker. I think it's abhorrent that the Conservatives have continued to double down on the notion that healthy snacks for kids in schools is garbage. This supports local agriculture, supports farmers and communities, supports education and edible education, and puts food on the curriculum, but it also makes sure that regardless of who forgets their lunch or who doesn't have a lunch, whether it's for economic or time-based reasons, there's a million reasons why a kid might not have lunch at school, and the Healthy School Food Program that this government has championed is a solution for all those things. Every single kid in class is going to learn better knowing that there's snacks, and all the Conservatives need to do, I know they might not believe in public education, as many of them have recently just said they don't believe in public health care anymore. They should go to a school, they should talk to a teacher, they should visit a parent, and they should recognize that a healthy school food program is a solution for affordability. It'll save an average family $800 a year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'Honourable Député de Saint.
The Honourable Member Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Here's my question. There is a measure in the budget which seems to have gone unnoticed. The government would exempt itself from following the law in the name of innovation or economic growth. Powers are conferred upon the minister to temporarily exempt anyone from any federal law in the name of innovation or economic growth. Wouldn't that lead to overstepping? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, Canada is currently in a trade war, an economic war with the United States. There are necessary measures that we must take in order to use the necessary tools at our government's disposal. This will allow us to protect all sectors, workers, families, and people in Canada. In my view, Mr. Speaker, workers and families in Canada they need to be confident in our leadership, and they are.
Resuming the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Spend less, earn more, they said. Build Canada strong, they said. Generational investment, they said. Objectively, they're spending more on operating expenses, not less. Objectively, they're building more bureaucracies, not actual projects. And objectively, they're building generational debt that will deny an entire generation of Canadians, all of our young people, the future they were promised. Imagine never paying your credit card bill. Imagining opening up a statement and seeing charges piled up with no plan to ever pay them down. Imagine being told that the decisions you take, the sacrifices you make, and the future you hope for no longer matter because somebody else is running up your tab. That's exactly what this budget does. It creates a nearly $80 billion deficit with no credible plan to balance. Every Canadian family is on the hook. Every dollar borrowed today will have to be repaid tomorrow with interest. When the government says our younger generation must sacrifice more, they're not speaking in abstract terms, Mr. Speaker. They are speaking about real Canadians who now face real consequences. They're speaking about my neighbors, the students starting their career, the couple hoping to buy their first home, the young family saving a few dollars each month to make ends meet. This is a government asking people to make sacrifices today, all while it continues to spend like there's no tomorrow. And let's be clear, this is not a minor miscalculation. It is a deliberate decision, a decision to spend beyond the means of Canadian families and pass the bill to the next generation. Every additional dollar borrowed today adds to inflation. Every additional dollar borrowed today adds to the costs of housing, groceries, heating, and sending a child to school. Every dollar borrowed today will be paid back in greater amounts tomorrow by the very people this government claims to protect. The message of the budget is clear. Canadians are being asked to sacrifice so that the government can spend more on themselves, to tighten their belts so that Liberals can waste their future. This is a harsh reality of a budget that puts numbers before people, ideology before families, and spending before responsibility. 2 million Canadians now rely on food banks every month. The Calgary Food Bank is seeing record increases in the number of individuals who are relying on it. In 2019, the food bank was distributing food hampers to 250 families every day. Now, it's up to 800 households. 800 households every single day. Let that sink in. In one of the richest countries in the world, in 2025, working Canadians with full-time jobs are lining up for food banks because they can no longer afford to feed their kids on what they earn. It's not a recession, it's a national disgrace. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals to make their food last longer. Canadians are choosing the pay later option on Amazon or Afterpay for essentials. This is a single mom in Bridlewood, unsure if she can keep her home. It's the senior in Shaughnessy whose pension is being eaten away by inflation. It's the newcomer or young couple in Millrise whose dream of home ownership is slipping further out of reach. And what does the government say to these Canadians? When asked about President Trump's tariffs, the Prime Minister shrugged and says, "Who cares?" This is not leadership, it's indifference. They're only saddling our people currently struggling and future generations with insurmountable debt. Bob Coughlin, down the street from me back home, wrote this morning with a way to think of what $1 billion actually is. He said, quote, "If I give you $1 billion and you stand on a street corner handing out $1 per second, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you would still not have handed out $1 billion after 31 years. The next time you hear a politician use the word billion in a casual manner, think about whether you want the politicians spending your tax money." Bob's 100% right. The government promised a deficit of $62 billion. The reality is $78.3 billion. That's $16 billion more than promised. Spending is out of control. They're adding $990 billion in new commitments, costing the average Canadian family $5,400 more a year. How many families have $5,400 kicking around to spend on the Prime Minister's best friends and pet projects? The interest on our debt is more than transferred to all of the provinces of healthcare combined. Here's another way to think about it. The next time you buy something, look at your receipt. Take the GST on it. The GST on every single payment you make all year. The GST of every Canadian for the whole year. And you still won't cover this Prime Minister's deficit. Every GST dollar now goes directly to Bay Street bankers and foreign bondholders rather than hospital beds, nurses' overtime, or family doctors. Families are paying for spending, not services. The government calls these numbers manageable or necessary. What they are simply is a tax on hard work with nothing being provided in return. Canadians are being asked to bear the cost of spending they did not vote for and cannot afford. Private sector business investment is collapsing. High taxes, red tape, and corporate welfare have driven $500 billion, $500 billion south of the border. And the Prime Minister, in Washington, before President Trump, he shamelessly announced this as a Canadian investment. It's capital flight from an overregulated market he presides over. Businesses are leaving because the country is no longer stable, predictable, or competitive. And it's not just businesses hurting, it's a listener at home paying the price of this government's failure to manage the economy. Opportunities are shrinking, Jobs are disappearing. People are leaving the country because the environment for business is hostile and expensive. Along with our dollar, our talent drains south. It's one thing to have a deficit. It's another to destroy the very foundation of a productive and growth economy that creates jobs and opportunity. Every Canadian who works, saves, invests, or dreams of starting a family is paying a price. Conservatives have offered a clear, practical path forward. We've said we will work with anyone from any party to make life affordable and to ensure and restore Canada's promise. We would end the industrial carbon tax in all its forms. We'd cut wasteful spending to lower inflation, debt, and taxes. We would restore investment and make Canada competitive again. We would put money back into Canadians' paychecks and pensions. And above all, to use what is in the ground beneath us to unleash our natural resources through national corridors and major infrastructure that would change the game for every single Canadian. This is how to make life affordable again. Not with expensive slogans like generational investment, but with an affordable budget and bold plan that rewards work and restores opportunity. I just want to take a step back and place this budget in the context of the last decade. This was supposed to be an historic budget. The country needed an historic budget with big, bold decisions that would unlock our potential. Decisions that would break the mindset of middling and declining thinking and replace it with the ambition of a major and rising power. A nation pitched to meet the test of this age. Canadians are managing the emotional weight of having lost the only period in recent memory when they felt financially secure. A sense of security a decade ago after Stephen Harper rebuilt the economy, built corridors for trade to every part of the planet, and restored a self-confident country at peace with itself. The pandemic gave people a temporary, albeit false, sense of stability. The return now to a more expensive and unpredictable world has only intensified a mindset that was already growing well before COVID. With these Liberals, costs will not retreat to those levels. Work will not return to that simplicity. The sense of control Canadians once felt is fleeting. Unless something fundamental changes, the forces driving their insecurity will remain. This budget was supposed to give Canadians back control over their lives. Liberals spent the entire campaign harvesting Conservative ideas as their own and now fail to deliver on any of them, despite having the support of Conservatives. This budget was a wasted opportunity. At a moment when the country needed seriousness, ambition, and leadership, Canadians were handed more spending, more debt, more excuses, more government. Conservatives will deliver the fundamental change that restores control for Canadians. We will reward hard work and create the conditions for higher wages, stronger paychecks, affordable homes, and renewed confidence. Mr. Speaker, the promise of Canada is not gone. It lives in the single mother keeping her family afloat. It lives in the seniors who built this country. It lives in the newcomers and young people who still believe that Canada that could be. They deserve a future they can count on, a country that works harder for them, and a government that respects the sacrifices that they make every single day. And Conservatives will deliver it. Thank you very much.
Comments, questions et commentaires de notre membre for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I'd like to thank the member on the opposition for his speech. We get it. We don't agree on the issue of spending. But doesn't the member agree that the reality is President Trump is going to be here for a while? The tariffs exist. As much as we're trying to fight them, they are going to affect our economy. There is going to be a downturn in the economy. There's going to be more people on EI, more people relying on social assistance, which costs us money. And is this really a good time to start cutting spending, which would otherwise create those jobs which would be stimulating our economy?
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Not only is controlling spending and doing it responsibly critical for every taxpayer, growing the economy is a critical part of our own sovereignty, our self-reliance, and our independence, irrespective of whatever government's in Washington. Canadians need a government ready to make transformational decisions from pipelines to ports to energy corridors. They need investment facilities to be able to invest in to build this country that are tax-free. Canadians need the big ideas that Conservatives ran on and Liberals tried to replicate. So irrespective of using Washington as a drama and a smokescreen to hide and shield their ideology and indecision, Conservatives will deliver a government that will actually unlock the potential of this country. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, Acton. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a fundamental disagreement with him on a number of different things. For example, forcing energy projects through without societal buy-in. But there's one thing I do agree with him on. All these visits to Washington are a smokescreen. They have led to no results, no achievements. There was that famous televised meeting between the Prime Minister and the President, and the President everyone congratulated the Prime Minister because he didn't humiliate himself. Well, that's a very low bar. What does my colleague think about the fact that the Liberals were elected under the promise that they would fix this situation? And we all agree that it's difficult to negotiate with Donald Trump, but this Prime Minister presented himself as a master negotiator and even set himself a deadline to fix this problem.
Heritage. I thank my friend and honourable colleague for the question, and I understand that we have our disagreements about how we can make our country prosperous by unleashing our natural resources. I want to unleash natural resources to help Quebecers and to help the province of Quebec succeed in this country and this world. Their port, their energy, their infrastructure, their industriousness are incredible and should play a bigger part of our country's self-reliance and sovereignty. But I also agree with our colleague here about the smokescreen in Washington. It's interesting, isn't it? The Prime Minister put up a strong front during the campaign about how he's going to go and challenge Donald Trump and achieve a trade deal. But within minutes took a different position altogether. In fact, he's conceded to the President and to the United States on tariffs, on investment in America, on everything that the President really wants. But he's not driving towards concluding a deal. In fact, he's weakening the Canadian position by not definitively delivering the resources this country needs to be independent of American leverage. Canada wants a good partnership with the United States ultimately, and we will always focus on negotiating a good deal. But we can only do so from a position of strength. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, and he spoke about something that's a real concern in Canada right now, which is capital flight. There's over $1 trillion have left Canada to the United States because of the overregulation and overburdening government that we have in Ottawa right now. Recently, we just heard of a potash company that's building an export terminal in the United States, which puts at risk economic sovereignty and food security in Canada. I was just wondering if my honourable colleague could expand a little bit further on the risks that that Canada is now facing because of this Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage in 40 seconds or less.
In 40 seconds or less, I want to thank my colleague for the incredible work he does on behalf of the great people he represents. But let me say, the United States and Europe are obsessed with building critical economic and energy infrastructure, not just the stuff to extract from the ground, but also stuff to provide value to it and then export it abroad. Canada can't get its act together on the basic number of project approvals it must, while the United States and the European Union are moving ahead at lightning speed with pipelines, ports, rail, road, and everything else that's needed. That's a kind of determination our government needs to bring. That's a kind of determination the government has never delivered.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, is it a time to invest or a time to be frugal? Maybe the right answer is it's a bit of both. First, we're in a fortunate financial position of being able to invest, to create jobs, to build infrastructure, to stimulate the economy. According to IMF, Canada's net debt to GDP ratio in 2025, if you look at all levels of government, is by far the best of the G7. In addition, our deficit to GDP ratio is only second to Japan. As a result of this, the director of the IMF has said that Canada and Germany alone in the G7 are in the fiscal position in order to be able to invest, in order to spur the economy in what is otherwise a time of economic global downturn. Our government also wants to decrease spending while at the same time investing more. We want to invest in order to create jobs, both directly or indirectly. We want to invest in building local infrastructure, things like roads, sewage, and water in order to build the homes that Canadians need and want. We also need road investment in road, rail, and ports so we can efficiently get goods to market, something that is increasingly important as our best trade partners have enacted all of these trade barriers. This budget projects our capital investments will rise to nearly $60 billion in 2030, nearly double the $32 billion this year. And let's talk about some of the investments that I like and are good for my riding. $51 billion over 10 years to go towards the Build Community Strong Fund to build local infrastructure. And I will certainly try to use this money in order to build some of the things I would like to see built in my riding. For example, Fort William First Nations Chronic Care Home and a toll-free bridge between International Falls and Fort Frances. I would also really like to see some of this money go towards things like hockey rinks. I, like a lot of Canadians, spend the winter watching my kids play hockey and drinking Tim Hortons coffee in aging arenas that need upkeep. Ports are something that's also important. Thunder Bay is a port, and as my favorite teacher in high school used to say, we owe our existence to the fact we're an entrepot, which means a place where goods go from being on rail and trucks to on boat or vice versa. And I'm happy to say that this budget provides $5 billion to create the Trade Diversification Corridors Fund, which is money for ports, rail, and roads. And on a related note, the budget announced over $600 million for CBSA. This is in addition to the previous $1.3 billion, which allows CBSA to hire 1,000 new officers, which will in turn allow them to open new custom facilities in a number of ports along the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway. Currently, the only port on the Seaway which allows the custom clearance of container traffic is the Port of Montreal, which creates a bottleneck. Boats go from Europe to Montreal in 10 days and then may end up waiting in 10 days in order to clear customs. In addition, the lack of other inspection stations results in thousands of trucks on the 401, the Trans-Canada Highway, carrying containers which could be brought far closer to the destination directly by boat. I've spoken to the port authorities in Hamilton, Picton, Windsor, and Goderich. They're all ready and eager to start handling more container traffic, the big obstacle being lack of CBSA facilities, and I know the Port of Thunder Bay is in a very similar situation. Critical minerals are also something that's near and dear to the heart of the people in my riding, with Frontier Lithium and Mitsubishi looking to open the first lithium mine in Ontario, in northwestern Ontario, with the refinery to be in my riding. At a recent speech to the mining community, the Minister of Natural Resources made a statement which I think is worth repeating. He said, "We all remember the awful situation President Zelensky found himself in a few months ago at the White House, where he was told, 'You have no cards to play.' We as a country have lots of cards to play. We have a lot of natural resources. We have a lot of critical minerals that are needed for the defense industry, for the green transition. Developing these resources will create jobs. It will also mean that, as to the degree possible, we will no longer be as dependent on fair weather friends. A priority of this government will be to help more critical mineral projects get to final assessment decision within a 2-year window. The budget proposes to provide $2 billion to Critical Mineral Sovereign Fund. The fund will make strategic investments in critical mineral projects and companies. In addition, the budget includes $370 million to create the First and Last Mile Fund, a fund that would support the development of critical mineral projects and supply chains with a focus on getting near-term projects into production as soon as possible. This fund would also absorb the Critical Mineral Infrastructure Fund, providing $1.5 billion to support clean energy and transportation infrastructure projects related to critical minerals development. Forestry is a sector we all know is hurting. I grew up outside of Thunder Bay in an area where most of my friends were the children of Finnish Canadian bushworkers. Forestry is in a lot of practically in our DNA. Last October, the U.S. imposed a 10% tariff on softwood lumber, which is in addition to the pre-existing duties, bringing the total tax on Canadian softwood lumber to over 45%. Our forests are one of our most valuable assets, and in the long term, I think things look good for the industry. We will, and the Americans will continue to need lumber in order to build homes. In addition, our government will seek to use more wood in government-funded projects, encourage the development of things like cross-lamination, which would allow more building with wood and less reliance on concrete and steel, and to encourage the development of novel uses for wood fiber, for example, biofuels. And although in the long term things look pretty good for the sector. The problem is obviously the short term in surviving the existing tariffs and duties. And to help with that and get the sector through this period, our government has created the $5 billion Strategic Response Fund and regional tariff support measures. Also in this budget is up to, as of today, $1.2 billion to be in loan guarantees administered by the Business Development Bank to provide financial support to help companies maintain and or restructure their operations. $500 million to renew and expand existing programs for the sector focused on market and product diversification. Addition, $50 million for reskilling and supports for affected softwood lumber workers. Mr. Speaker, Alstom is currently involved in negotiating a single-source contract for the purchase of Toronto's Line 2 subway cars, which will primarily build, I'm happy to say, in Thunder Bay. To some extent, the decision to have these cars built in Thunder Bay was we paved the way with our agreement with what is with this budget. The government has made a commitment with as much as possible with future procurement. We will buy Canadian. There's no damn way that these cars should ever be built in the United States, and I trust that when we replace the existing Via Rail fleet outside of the Quebec-Windsor corridor, these trains will also be built in Canada, primarily in Thunder Bay, with some work also going to La Pocatier and to Kingston. Health. I'm a doctor and I still practice once in a while. And what's in the budget for health care? $5 billion for health infrastructure. And there is money for, and this is important, for credentialing. When I was an intern in Toronto in 1986, I used to joke if I had a problem, I should ask the person mopping the floor because probably they were a doctor from Brazil or Guatemala. And really, not a lot has changed in the intervening years in terms of credentialing, despite the fact that a lot of Canadians don't have a family doctor, particularly in rural areas. Now, that's begun to change, and with this budget, we propose to provide $97 million towards establishing a foreign credential recognition action fund to work with the provinces to improve foreign credential recognition and bridging programs to help foreign trained professionals, particularly in healthcare, meet Canadian standards. In this context, I'd like to acknowledge two provincial programs which I think have been particularly successful in churning out doctors, and that's the PACE Physician Assessment Center of Excellence in Halifax, and a one-year bridging program for foreign-trained doctors run by the Manitoba College of Physicians and Surgeons, the University of Manitoba. These are programs that we ought to emulate in other areas, like in Northern Ontario. Lastly, Canada has historically underfunded research and development in comparison to other places. The International Talent Attraction Strategy and Action Plan will go a long way to address this underfunding. Every cloud has a silver lining. This is absolutely a time to start poaching top-notch American talent. This budget provides $1.7 billion for a suite of recruitment measures, including $400 million for a complementary stream of research infrastructure to be used by this new talent. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I like this budget. It's good for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. I suggest it's also great for Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. No, member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. Before I begin, I want to recognize the life of Zia Gul Zalmai, mother to Alex, who actually came to Canada, to Kamloops through Afghanistan, settled in Kamloops because it reminded him of Afghanistan. He witnessed so much in Afghanistan. I was really saddened to learn that his mother recently passed away. So in recognition of a life well lived, I would say may perpetual light shine upon her. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech, and he spoke about credentialing of doctors. I've actually had a couple of medical students reach out to my office who are training overseas in other Commonwealth nations, and they say they can't get, sorry, the word is escaping me right now. I was going to say articling. Residencies, thank you. I was going to say articling as a lawyer, thank you. They can't get residencies here. What do we do about that? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague in two things. One, mentioning Afghanistan. I, too, have worked a lot on that file. I think that's still an open file. I think we have a lot more to do. There were a lot of people in Afghanistan who worked with our forces who are still trying to get into this country, and I would certainly like to work towards that. In terms of people, and especially Canadians who've been educated overseas. Health Committee is currently studying that, and we're certainly looking, and we want to get those people. I mean, they're Canadians, they want to work in Canada. We have the need, like we have to help, and with this money, hopefully we're going to open the doors to allow those people to work in Canada, which we all want on all sides of the House.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire dans la députée de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, in his speech, spoke a bit about the forestry industry. We heard the Prime Minister's announcement today. Unfortunately, well, we know this program, the liquidity program, is having difficulty getting set up, but people in the forestry sector don't want more debt. What they want is a program that would enable them to access anti-dumping. And that's not something they have access to. They don't have access to that money. I don't know if my colleague has forestry companies in his riding, but clearly this is not meeting the needs. I'd like to hear from him on that.
I think my colleague is referring to when there's a trade dispute with the United States, and particularly with respect to forestry and dumping, the companies have paid into money which is sitting in the United States Congress. They would like to access that money. And I can certainly appreciate that, but I think our government has announced a whole range of measures allowing companies to borrow money, which will hopefully help them get through these next few years. And yes, we realize that it's worth loaning these companies, and partly because, yes, we too believe, and hopefully, and some of that money will eventually come back to those companies.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Prime Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member is very passionate about our softwood lumber industry, the importance of trade. And I'm wondering if he can just reflect on one of the two issues that he would like to talk about. I see trade as so critically important. I see lumber, today's announcement by the Prime Minister, very important. What would he highlight as his important issue over the next coming weeks?
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, certainly overwhelmingly, and what our government wants to do is come to an agreement with the United States in order to reduce the tariffs on softwood lumber. That is absolutely critical. But in the meantime, I think we put a lot of measures into place, including some of the things that were announced by the Prime Minister today. For example, one of the things that we announced today was working with the rail companies in order to try to reduce the freight rates for Canadian steel and lumber by 50%. He's also talked about today the importance of using built Canadian homes in order to use more Canadian lumber, again, to try to offset the fact that we're obviously, because of tariffs, not as able to sell lumber down to the United States. And really, as much as we try to provide an alternate market in terms of building with wood in Canada, the reality is the United States is 10 times the size of our economy, and it's very difficult with the domestic market alone to make up for the deficit caused by the United States not buying as much Canadian lumber.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise tonight to speak to Bill C-15. This is a bill that has to do with this government's desire to do something about the tariff crisis that we're going through with the Americans. But unfortunately, I don't think that this is a very good response. We're currently seeing a situation where negotiations are at a standstill. I don't think that what we're going to see here is going to meet the needs of Quebec or the interests of Canada in general. And, Madam Speaker, I will try to explain why I feel this way. One thing in C-15 that our party really didn't like was the fact that there were billions of dollars in new subsidies to fossil fuel industries. Right from the beginning, our leader said that if the government gave more tax credits or subsidies to the oil and gas industries, then the Bloc Québécois would not be able to support this budget. And we were able to vote no without hiding behind any curtains. And so here we're seeing an increase in the tax credit for carbon sequester. And in fact, the period was originally 2031 to 36. But now it's going to go on until 2041, which will delay the transition to renewable energy. Because, of course, we know that the idea of carbon sequestration is actually a way of chasing the mirage of making oil carbon neutral. Also, by increasing the tax credit, or by extending the tax credit for green technology to small nuclear reactors, is actually a way of supporting the gas and oil and gas sector. Because it would give them the energy they need to extract their products and export more gas rather than having to use it themselves in the tar sands. Now, also in the budget, there are also tax credits for converting liquefied natural gas plants. Once again, this is significant support to fossil fuel. There is also this whole issue of hydrogen. In the last couple of budgets, there were significant tax benefits for green hydrogen. And now it's very clear. These new tax credits will mean that the oil and gas sector will be able to produce hydrogen from oil and gas and will benefit from a tax credit. And what bothers me the most, Madam Speaker, is what we're seeing on Pathway Plus in the budget, the fact that it's a project of national interest for the government. I will come back to the companies that are part of the Pathway Alliance. But the idea is to, like I was saying earlier, just chase that dream of finding some way to produce net zero oil. So in order to try to explain what that means, what I like to say is that trying to reduce our use of carbon is like going on a diet. When you go on a diet, you shouldn't eat poutine. There is no such thing as low-calorie poutine. There is no such thing as low-emissions oil. So this is ultimately just a mirage and a way of supporting the oil and gas sector some more. It's not going to accomplish anything. And instead, it will mean that Quebec taxpayers will once again have to support the fat cats in the oil and gas sector. And Madam Speaker, during COVID, I remember the government kept saying, we need to support our industries. And they came up with an emissions reductions fund, which was supposed to reduce emissions in the oil and gas sector. But after a year or two, we realized that it wasn't reducing emissions. In fact, it was actually increasing production without reducing emissions. A PBO document showed that very clearly. It showed that the government had not actually succeeded. And so once again, this was a disguised way of helping the oil and gas industry. I'm concerned that the same thing is going to happen today. And the reason this bothers me is that this budget claims that it's going to develop infrastructure to find greater autonomy from the US. The government keeps saying that it's going to create trade corridors, that it's going to build infrastructure that will enable us to further trade with Europe. And that's how we're going to support our economy and get away from the US. But if I look at the energy sector, what do I see, Madam Speaker? Well, the 4 members of the Pathway Alliance represent 80% of tar sands production businesses. I'm talking about Canadian Natural Resources, Cenovus Energy, Imperial Oil, and Suncor. These businesses are 73% foreign-owned, 60% American-owned. So the idea is to invest in carbon capture strategies Perhaps tomorrow the government will be announcing another pipeline, even though we already had to buy one which cost $34 billion. And what interests will all this serve? American interests. 60% American interests. What's worse still, Madam Speaker, is that my conservative friends keep talking about the affordability crisis. But it is the cost of energy that's pushing inflation upward. And we know that energy costs are going up. And that's because refining fossil fuels, the cost of that is going up too. The costs are so high there. So when we look at that more closely, we see that from 2021 to 2024, and watch out, this is spine-chilling, the big oil and gas companies raked in $131 billion in profit, which is a record. And what did they do with those profits? They did not pay for infrastructure or carbon capture. Instead, they handed out dividends to their shareholders. They gave $80 billion in dividends to shareholders. That is 3/4 of the profits. And where did all that go? To the United States. What the government is telling us today is that it's not satisfied with that 3/4. It's trying to even raise that number higher. I will help them even more, says the government. I'm going to pay for their infrastructure. Tomorrow, the government will announce a pipeline project. And of course, in the budget, there's this Pathways Plus, where once again, we're paying for carbon capture strategies. And all of that so that 3/5 of oil industry profits are not being invested in Canada in our health and education systems. It just leaves and goes to the US. And that's supposed to be this government's pièce de résistance when they're saying they want to develop energy independence. There's literally nothing consistent about this, Madam Speaker. Meanwhile, as we heard yesterday, the forestry sector is really struggling right now. We heard about a program that was announced today, the idea of supporting the sector with $1.2 billion in liquidity, but people in the forestry industry are telling us that they don't need more loans. What they need is a plan to save the forestry sector. And very clearly, what the government is announcing here will not accomplish that. They aren't even capable of coming up with an agreement with the big banks for this process. The only solution here, as I've been saying for far too long, the only thing to do is the proposal we have from the forestry sector, which is to bring back the countervailing tariffs and anti-dumping tariffs, to use them to help them survive. And this budget clearly shows more interest in the oil and gas sector than the forestry sector, which is why the Bloc Québécois voted against the budget. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions et comments. Honorable député de la Petite Nation.
The honorable member for I'm sorry, I got that wrong. For les pays d'en haut. I wouldn't mind annexing Argenteuil, but not today. Well, on a different topic, we created the Major Projects Office recently. There are 3 major projects in Quebec. First of all, the Contrecoeur Terminal, which will lead to benefits of $140 million a year. Also, the Alto high-speed train, which should add $35 billion to GDP, with 51,000 jobs between Quebec and Windsor. And then finally, the Partenariat énergétique de l'Est, which means that Quebec can invest in Churchill Falls to bring clean energy to Quebec with this project. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on these projects. What does he think of them? The honorable member for Jonquière. I assume that a committee will study this. We do not agree with the idea of giving more latitude to the minister. Of course, we've heard a lot of big talk here. What I'm expecting from the government is not to simply announce intentions that may or may not pay off in 10 or 20 years. What I want from the government is to do for the forestry industry what it is doing for the oil and gas industry. What this government is asking the forestry industry to do is to take on more debt, whereas actually the oil and gas company is getting unprecedented tax benefits. So I hope my colleague who is from Quebec is seeing that there's a double standard here. There's a real double standard. I hope he understands that. The government always wants to support the oil and gas sector, but it doesn't care about the forestry sector.
Nicola. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, Madam Speaker. Old habits died hard. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Before I begin, I was recently approached by a member of the community who had informed me that his mom had passed away. So I would like to express my condolences and respects to the family of Kamaljit Chima. I know that Kamaljit will be very much missed. My deepest condolences, and may perpetual light shine upon her. To mon collègue from the bloc, my question is this. I don't believe the Liberals take the forestry industry seriously. In question period yesterday, we actually had the President of the Treasury Board laugh and question the mills, suggesting we were lying about mills that were shut down. When I raised that during the Take Note debate yesterday, the member for Calgary Confederation laughed again. I actually said, "What is your riding?" And he gleefully told us, Calgary Confederation. I don't know that I would be gleefully telling anybody when I'm laughing about mill closures. These are people's livelihoods. Forestry fed my family. My dad came from Italy, and he had nothing, and forestry fed us. Does he agree that the Liberals have to not only take it more seriously, but show us they're prepared to take it more seriously?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. As for the first part of my colleague's question about the passing of one of his constituents, I offer my condolences, though I don't know what that has to do with my speech. As for the rest of his question, I have criticized the government, but I could also criticize the leader of the official opposition. Yesterday, in his speech, the leader of the official opposition did not want to comment on a legitimate ask from Quebec's forestry sector. He would not say whether he would support a 50% buyback program for tariffs and countervailing duties and anti-dumping duties. I would like this House to take the forestry sector's situation seriously. I would like this House to help work toward a solution that will work for everyone, that will not cost the government a penny. That's what I want, and I hope that the Conservatives will be on board.
Très, très brève question.
A very quick question, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Now, here's my question. I imagine that my colleague supports lasting renegotiation under CUSMA because we can no longer allow our industries to fail. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. That's a very interesting question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've been intubated since 2017 by the American government, and we end up before trade courts, and no one from this government has the courage to actually stand up to them, and that's what I hope will change in the future.
Member, sorry. Honourable Member for South Creek, Interlake, Eastman, rising on a point of order, I believe.
There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:07 p.m. to begin private members' hour.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopté.
Carried.
It being 6:07, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the
day, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-219, Sergei Magnitsky International Anti-Corruption and Human Rights Act, standing in the name of Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moves that Bill C-219, an act to amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, the Special Economic Measures Act, and the Broadcasting Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank all members in this House for their understanding of the personal situation I'm going through right now and for accommodating me tonight and moving up the time slot so we can start the debate on my private member's bill. And as most of you know, that those of us that have been here for a while, it takes a long time sometimes to get up in the draw, to get your private member bills actually into debate in the House and to committee, and maybe at the end of the day successfully adopted and become law and appear in the statutes of Canada. And so I am very proud to present my new private member's bill, Bill C-219, the Sergei Magnitsky International Anti-Corruption and Human Rights Act. I want to thank my seconder for it from Peterborough, Kawartha? Close enough. But I want to thank him, and I should have wrote this down. But he had brought forward a bill in last Parliament, as I did, and this Parliament we've kind of stuck them together and expanded upon it to deal with all of the corruption that we're seeing by foreign officials, the kleptocrats, and so many different whether it's theocracies or dictatorships, but regimes, especially communist regimes, where we're seeing people continue to use their powers of position and influence to be kleptocrats, to be very corrupt, and to actually commit atrocities against their own people. And so this act will make amendments, as you've pointed out, Madam Speaker, to the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, also known as the Sergei Magnitsky Law, which myself and Senator Raynell Andrzejczyk brought in back in 2017, and it became law. It updates the Special Economic Measures Act, and we're going to rename it now to be called the Sergei Magnitsky Global Sanctions Act, and it also amends the Broadcast Act. Now, just so everybody knows who Sergei Magnitsky is that haven't been exposed to his story, there's a gentleman, a lot of you may know, Bill Browder, who wrote a book called Red Notice. And he was an American who was the largest foreign investor in Russia up until 2005. And in 2008, it became evident that kleptocrats in the Kremlin were using his former company to commit tax evasion and tax fraud. And so he hired a lawyer and accountant by the name of Sergei Magnitsky, who uncovered the largest tax fraud in Russian history, and he was arrested, detained, tortured, and killed. And it was a horrific thing that happened, and he died in detention in a Russian prison on November 16, 2009. None of the individuals who were responsible for the fraud, none of those that were responsible for the false accusations and the criminal charges that were brought against him, none of the individuals who enriched themselves from the government coffers through this tax fraud that they committed in the name of Bill Browder ever were sanctioned and brought to justice. And so we have to make sure that we can't allow Canada or our allies to sit on the sidelines while we see gross human rights violators and corrupt foreign officials continue to commit atrocities, enrich themselves, abuse their citizens, and ultimately walk away. And Canada cannot be a safe haven for that. Now, Parliament started engaging with this back in 2012, and Bill Browder, plus the former Russian opposition leader Boris Nemetsov and Vladimir Kara-Murza of the People's Freedom Party were here in Parliament and called on the government of the day to adopt the Magnitsky sanctions to protect human rights activists in Russia and make sure that those that were pro-democracy activists around the world were better protected, because we are going to name, shame, sanction, and ban those individuals from allied nations. In 2012, the United States adopted the first Magnitsky legislation. It was followed by the European Parliament in 2013. As we all know, on February 27, 2015, Boris Nemtsov was assassinated just outside the Kremlin, just on the bridge right beside it. In March of 2015, here in Canada, both the House and the Senate brought forward resolutions that were passed unanimously calling on the government to install Magnitsky sanctions. And in 2017, the Sergei Magnitsky law was adopted unanimously after it was brought forward by Senator Andrzejczyk in the Senate and myself in the House. By using the name of Sergei Magnitsky in our sanctions regime delivers a strong political message against Putin's brutal dictatorship and his equally corrupt allies. Now, in the bill, in the preamble, the one thing it does ask the government to do is to continue to engage with our friends around the world to establish the International Anti-Corruption Court at The Hague. This is something that has been advocated by Integrity Initiatives International. Canada, the Netherlands, and Ecuador issued a statement back in November of 2022 to work towards getting it established. I was on a call just last week, and that process continues. And we need to have the International Anti-Corruption Court with the purpose that if we can, arrest and prosecute those corrupt foreign officials, what we would do is actually reduce not just the crimes against citizens in those countries, but we would probably also decrease the number of crimes against humanity. Before anyone ever becomes a genocidal maniac, they always start off as a corrupt foreign official. They first get stuff and money out of the treasury into their own pockets, and then they start abusing their citizens, and then we see genocides happen, war crimes happen, human rights violated, political prisoners and people of conscience thrown in jail. So what this bill does, and I'll go through it here in the next few minutes. First, it will require the Minister of Foreign Affairs to publish an annual report that what the Government of Canada is doing to advance human rights internationally, as well as include the names and the status of prisoners of conscience around the world, especially Canadians that are being held in other countries. That's important, and we do have now a definition, I'll get into later, for what is a prisoner of conscience. We'll also amend the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law, and the Special Economic Measures Act, also known as SEMA, so that they better align with each other, so the legislation is no longer in conflict with each other, as well as align with what our allies are doing. So we'll define what transnational repression is and sanction foreign nationals who commit it in Canada and elsewhere. We'll ban immediate family members of sanctioned foreign nationals, so Canada cannot be used as a safe haven, as a way to hide your children, your spouse, your concubines and girlfriends, as we often see, and use them as a way to illegally move their illicit funds into Canada, as well as protect their family from the very people that they are abusing back in their own countries. Would require the government to table in Parliament the names of foreign nationals and entities that are added to the sanctions list and ensure that there's better transparency. So we'd have that tabled back here in the House so that we can look at it as parliamentarians. It will require the RCMP and FINTRAC to report to the Minister of Foreign Affairs on the making, administrating, and enforcing of sanctions, and I'll get into that a little bit later. It will allow parliamentary committees to recommend names and entities to be sanctioned and require the minister to report back to the House on that decision, or to the Senate if the committee in the Senate also could undertake these studies. And it allows an opportunity for those in the diaspora communities across Canada to actually have direct input into the process of why people should be added to lists or why maybe they should not. And it would also amend the Broadcasting Act to immediately revoke licenses for media outlets who are operated by sanctioned entities and individuals, or by the states that the House or the Senate recognize as having committed a genocide. Immediately, those states would have all their media banned from the Canadian airwaves. Now, in the definition for transnational repression, it will mean the tactics used by a foreign state to intimidate, harass, surveil, or threaten individuals or groups located outside the state borders, or physically harm such individuals or members of such groups, including elected officials, political dissidents, human rights defenders, exiled journalists, diaspora communities, civil society activists, and refugees, for the purpose of silencing dissent and stifling activism. Madam Speaker, we know that the corrupt regimes in the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Communist Party, Iran, and Russia are doing this in Canada right now. We hear these stories all the time. And just on November 13th, the Globe and Mail reported that the CSIS director warns that China and Russia agents are active here in Canada. When I meet with diaspora communities, they have story after story of somebody that's tied to the government of their nation or the embassies and consulates that they have located across this country are out there intimidating the families. We know in the last election, Joe Tay, who was a Conservative candidate for Don Valley North in the last election, was told by the RCMP and by CSIS not to go out and door knock because his life was in danger based upon the intelligence they received from other individuals who are informing them about foreign agents working against him. Joe, of course, has a celebrity status within the Chinese and Hong Kong community, and as an advocate for Hong Kongers, has been targeted now by both the Hong Kong Executive Council as well as the regime in Beijing. We know the story of the Chinese police stations that were set up all across Canada here to intimidate Chinese Canadians, to ensure that they were not doing things that they were in favor of. The Uyghurs, and we know that we have a very small Uyghur community here in Canada, but I had one in my office, I had a number of them in my office just last week, and one young woman told me that since she's come to Canada and started to speak out against the genocide and the atrocities being committed against the Uyghur people, such as forced labor camps, sterilization, and the reprogramming, which is the brainwashing of children, taking away their faith and their language, that her very sickly mother, who is still in China, is being denied treatment because of her daughter's activities here in Canada fighting for human rights and freedom. I was in Halifax at the International Security Forum just this past weekend and was talking to the executive director for the World Uyghur Congress. And she said that since she started speaking out against the Chinese government and the communist regime in Beijing, her sister was arrested in 2018, and she has had no contact with her for that entire 7 years. So, you know, we can go on. We always have up here the Falun Gong practitioners and their activism, and their families are also being targeted, the Hong Kong Watch patrons. And we also know about the Iranian community here and how they're being targeted by, agents of the theocracy in Tehran, but also them driving around with police cars that are painted up just like the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We've got a couple minutes left. I'll just quickly go through here. The one thing that we're going to require is the minister to publish this report once a year on what they're doing on prisoners of conscience and on human rights activities. So prisoner of conscience means an individual who, in contravention of international human rights standards, has been detained or otherwise physically restricted solely because of their identity or the consensually held beliefs, including religious or political beliefs. Now, we've heard from many different diaspora communities and families of prisoners of conscience that this is happening. Jimmy Lai is another one we hear about, a media mogul. Now, he's 77 years old, went through a show trial that lasted months on end, and he's been held in solitary confinement, for over 1,700 days without access to his medications. His health is failing, and he's being held there because he is an advocate for democracy within Hong Kong and trying to protect that. And of course, they won't have any part of that in Beijing or in Hong Kong through the Executive Council. Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a supporter of this bill and has been here before, he has been targeted and poisoned twice by Russian agents. He was left in a coma at one time, Madam Speaker, and then he was imprisoned just recently in 2022 because he criticized Putin and his war machine for invading Ukraine. And he stood on the side of Ukraine, and he was arrested and held, and luckily through a prisoner swamp was able to get out and now is free again. And he told me, he says, the only thing that works is public attention. If it wasn't for public attention, I'd be dead in Siberia now. So we kept on talking about Vladimir Kara-Murza. This House passed a unanimous motion brought forward by my friend from Calgary, the Deputy Speaker, and he brought forward to give honorary citizenship to Vladimir Kara-Murza. Because of that, he is free today, and that's the same for the two Michaels. When we can shine the spotlight on this type of corruption and atrocities and human rights abusers, people go free, and democracy and human rights and liberty are better served.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for introducing this bill. And I think that there's, my personal view is that it's really, really important that Canada has a sanctions regime that allows us to not only uphold human rights, but also enforce the international rules-based order. That's not just the right thing by countries around the world, but it's essential to protecting Canada's security and our sovereignty. My question for the member would be, well, based on discussions I've had with colleagues, but also folks outside of this House, many folks have ideas or thoughts about how the bill could be further improved to further strengthen our sanctions regime. And so my question for the member would be, is he open to working with members of other parties in this House to amend the bill to make it even stronger and more effective?
Honourable Member for Selkirk Eastman. Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
I would like to thank my colleague from Etobicoke Centre for his question. And yes, I'm always open to ways to make the legislation stronger. I've already had a conversation with the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs on ways that we can strengthen the bill, and anything that we can do to make it better, I'm always open to it. I'd also just say that, one of the things I never got to in my speech is that this, and as my friend from Etobicoke Centre, we're very active, of course, with our Ukrainian communities. And one thing we want to do is make sure that any frozen assets, we think about the Russian frozen assets, are actually forfeited in a way, through a reasonable time, to go to the benefit of Ukraine or any other who are victims of, like the shooting down of PS 752 and the Iranian families that are still waiting for justice there. And so when you think about the big Antonov plane that's been sitting at the end of the Pearson runway for the last 2 years, this bill will make it that the minister will have to act within 12 months to forfeit those assets and make sure that they are returned, or those benefits financially are given to the victims of the aggressor.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his bill and commend him on his fascinating speech. I'm glad he's ready to work with other parties to improve his bill. I know my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean cares deeply about one thing. The bill will include the notion of transnational repression. This has been a long-standing call from the Bloc Québécois. However, the bill would have the names and statuses of political prisoners published, and this could have a negative impact on families of these political prisoners. Is my colleague willing to work with the member for Lac-Saint-Jean on this?
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I can tell you that we are going to work with all members of this House to make sure that we aren't putting at risk anyone who is in a delicate situation. However, I also have to say that from what I'm hearing from those that have been political prisoners, like Michael Korvig, like Vladimir Kara-Murza, that it's because of the extra spotlight that was shined through the media, through statements made in this House and elsewhere, that actually does put the governments that are holding those people falsely in a very uncomfortable position. And so I know that there is sensitivities around some prisoners of conscience and some families, and we definitely do not want in any way, shape, or form to disrupt any negotiations and discussions that are taking place that would result in their safe release.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. The bill does bring up praiseworthy ideas. We find that there are elements in the bill that are appealing enough to send the bill on to committee, but there are still a few details we're not sure about. We know that the idea seems inspired from the 1980s U.S., when Americans imposed sanctions on a number of different countries. They were expanding sanctions in order to fight corruption, but they overstepped the principle of extraterritoriality of rights. Basically, they were trying to legislate on behalf of other countries. Is Canada not bringing back that form of imperialism?
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I just say that this is not about trying to go and force other governments to change the way their regimes. This is about changing behavior of individuals. This is about going after those who ultimately, go and rob from their people that they are supposed to be serving, and then commit atrocities against them. And so we want to make sure that they are held to account. And if we do not do that, they will turn into even worse criminals, worse human rights abusers, and ultimately monsters.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm honoured today to speak on Canada's active efforts to advance human rights, to combat corruption, including through the use of sanctions, and to continue to explore the possibilities of this bill. Canada is committed to upholding the legacy left by Sergei Magnitsky in establishing a global framework to combat corruption and human rights violations. Whether by holding states accountable for violations, championing the rights of women and girls, Indigenous peoples, and vulnerable groups, or yes, by countering the threat of transnational repression, human rights remain at the core of Canadian identity. These are values that are central to our foreign policy as articulated by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They're foundational and are necessary to secure and make a society prosperous. I want to begin also by thanking the member opposite for Selkirk Interlake Eastman for presenting this private member's bill, number C219. The bill underscores a common objective we share in this House to work together to promote and protect human rights internationally and to modernize how Canada enacts sanctions.
I would also like to congratulate the member for Northumberland Clark for his work. That member moved a similar bill during the last Parliament. Like its predecessor, Bill C-219 highlights ways that Canada can protect human rights around the world.
At its core seeks to amend 4 laws: the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, the Special Economic Measures Act, known as CEMA, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or the Magnitsky Law, and the Broadcasting Act. Bill C-19 is very well-intentioned and includes important measures to modernize our approach. Some provisions, however, as currently drafted, could inadvertently undermine individual or public safety and hinder the effectiveness of sanctions. We believe that the Foreign Affairs Committee is absolutely necessary in the right place to delve into this piece of legislation to make sure that it mirrors Canadian values and the objectives that we all share in this House regarding human rights and the protection of individuals and society. I'll summarize some of the key elements of the bill and identify areas where consideration in committee could add some important and significant value. While the government plays a central role in protection of human rights, and governments around the world do, we're not alone in these efforts. Human rights defenders, day after day, activists, journalists, lawyers, community leaders, everyday citizens are the backbone of accountability and progress. Their insights, their lived experiences, their grassroots connections strengthen policy and democratic institutions around the world. Supporting them, Madam Speaker, is not optional, it's an imperative. Especially, we need to stand by them when they're in peril. Voix à risque, ligne directrice du Canada pour le soutien des défenseurs.
Canada's guidelines for protecting human rights defenders reflect the government's willingness to continue this essential work. Canadian representatives abroad adapt these guidelines to the local context they are working in, as well as the specific needs of every case. They do so with the goal of providing the most effective support and protection measures possible. We implement these guidelines in close collaboration with our partners.
Who's a Canadian, regardless of whether or not they are a dual citizen, Canada considers this to be a consular case. These cases are monitored closely by Canadian officials, providing consular assistance on a usually daily basis. This is part of the Vienna Convention. While the bill seeks to protect human rights defenders, we have concerns that some of the specific elements could put the safety and security of human rights defenders, including Canadian citizens, at risk. I know that the safety and security of these defenders are paramount to all of us in this House, and I look forward to exploring these issues in greater detail at committee. Madam Speaker, the government recognizes and it values Parliament's role not only in studying sanctions, but in furthering our sanctions regime, the tools to protect human rights, the tools to take on corruption and other crises. The passage of Senate Public Bill, Bill S-226 in 2017, was one example of Parliament working to improve our sanctions regime as a response to human rights violations and acts of significant corruption. Two reports tabled in the Senate and in this House in 2023 and 2024 respectively show how significant our work is in this House is to make sure that government is responsive to the desires, the wills, and the aspirations of Canadians. Sanctions are a key component in Canada's approach to protecting the rules-based order and in advancing human rights. Recently, we've seen the use of sanctions increase significantly as conflicts escalate in nature. Like in the case of Ukraine, Canada has sanctioned nearly 2,300 individuals and over 1,000 entities or vessels since 2022. It is an exponential increase in the number of sanctions that we have been doing. However, at the same time, we want to constantly re-examine our sanctions regime to make sure they are fit for purpose.
Our government remains seriously committed to ensuring that Canada has a leadership role in preserving and strengthening the international rules-based order. Sanctions are an essential tool for this approach.
We need, however, as I said, to update the sanction toolbox. And I'm very pleased that the member has added the concept of transnational repression, and I reflect on the fact that the Bloc Québécois has also seen this as an important new trigger for sanctions, and we respectfully accept this and think it's an important addition. However, we think this bill can be strengthened by adding some other triggers like migrant smuggling, foreign interference, cyber and hybrid attacks, organized crime, undermining democracy, arbitrary detention. These are things that should also trigger the use of sanctions as well as transnational repression. I want to underscore, however, that in all of this, we need to be evidence-based and thoughtful as we push on the sanctions to make them effective. We do not want to add cost to this system. We want to ensure that we find an effective way that is both profound and important to ensure that the Canadian taxpayer is able to stand up and say, these are dollars that are being well spent. Hear, hear. So I challenge the committee as well to look at the bill from that lens to ensure that we have an effective use of Canadian dollars as we promote human rights and as we defend our world against corruption. Transparency, accountability, parliamentary engagement, interagency cooperation, information, all of these things could add costs, but are also could be very effective and could be part of a toolbox that is both effective and will save taxpayers money. One section in this bill, which I am very frankly less familiar about because it's not in my wheelhouse, is the Broadcasting Act section. However, I do understand, as we all do, that media is critical, is important in the promotion of human rights. The broadcasting-related provision of Bill C-219 seeks to curtail the proliferation of broadcast content from licensed broadcasters found to be susceptible to influence from foreign actors, foreign persons, or foreign entities, especially ones that have committed genocide or is under Canadian sanctions. This is something we all agree with. However, we want to test all of the recommendations in this bill, which will become law, to ensure they will actually accomplish that while preserving the freedom of the press. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we're eager to further debate on this bill. We are ready to take it to committee. We want to support the member in its aspirations to look at the bill, but we also challenge and commend the committee to do its due diligence on this bill, to find out the way a parliamentary committee can make it more effective, to make it better to defend human rights, better to fight corruption, make it effective and sustainable to attack not only today's issues, but tomorrow's issues. This will be a piece of legislation that will last. So we want to make sure it's not only fit for purpose today, but also for tomorrow. Again, I want to thank the member for Selkirk, Interlake, and Eastman for his ongoing cooperation and conversation about this bill. I look forward to getting it to committee and having all members of this House, through their committee, be sure to make it the most effective bill possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, you're my favorite chair occupant. I'm so happy that I can give the speech with you in the chair, especially given that this is an important bill we are debating. Maybe a number of you have also noticed that the work done since the beginning of this Parliament in this House and its committee seems to mean little to the Prime Minister of Canada. The PM seems to be much too busy meeting with leaders of countries that could be politely described as disreputable. China, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Are we being serious? Meanwhile, there are parliamentarians working diligently in committee to improve legislation or to write reports and recommendations on files that are often complex, often involving testimony that is difficult to hear, that is very moving. Here I'm thinking of my colleagues on the Subcommittee on Human Rights, as well as my friends on the Standing Committee on Immigration and Citizenship, with whom I recently studied Bill C-3, the Lost Canadians Bill, and whose amendments, despite being supported by a majority of committee members, were shot down once they reached the House. So, Madam Speaker, today I would like to remind everyone of the importance of work done by parliamentary committees. This is an aspect of our work requiring lots of hard work, precision, and a willingness to cooperate and make things better. And unfortunately, as I noted earlier, this isn't the flashiest work we do. It doesn't appeal to people watching Parliament on TV, and yet it is there where some of the best work gets done, some of the most impactful work. I don't think that this government truly understands the legislative role of committees, nor do I think they appreciate the work done by committees. I don't want to sound like one of my conservative friends, but the Prime Minister would probably say, committee work? Who cares? I'm saying all of this because while this bill brings back many aspects of C-281, it is different from the previous bill, C-219, tabled by our Conservative colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, who I know is an extraordinary person, who is wonderful to work with, and who I know is going through a hard period, so my thoughts are with him. His bill, C-219, brings back a number of elements of C-281, which died on the order paper after receiving unanimous support from the House. As I noted, C-219 brings back many aspects of C-281, but there are also significant differences. As such, the committee stage will play an essential role, as my Liberal colleague noted. It will allow us to examine the scope of the bill and its impacts and propose amendments if need be. My colleague from Jonquière noted earlier that the fact that publishing the names and statuses of political prisoners may be opposed by their families for a number of reasons. For example, we could imagine that a family is worried about reprisals from the country in question and does not want to make information public, and the Bloc Québécois will bring this up at committee stage. The bill also introduces the notion of transnational repression, a request that made by the Bloc Québécois, and even a campaign promise from our party. I would like to thank my colleague, the sponsor of the bill, for keeping this notion in the bill. It's a vital issue, a hot topic. Transnational repression is going on here in Quebec and in Canada. My Uyghur, Tibetan, Taiwanese, Hong Kongese friends are going through it. So what would this bill actually do? Bill C-219 would amend a number of different bills, including the Magnitsky Act, to ensure that acts of transnational repression are sanctioned, a positive step forward, and that visas or other documents cannot be issued to immediate families of foreigners identified by Order in Council or regulation. It would also change the Special Economic Measures Act to change its title to the Sergei Magnitsky Global Sanctions Act. Magnitsky ended up in a Moscow prison due to claims of tax evasion. He was tortured there for 358 days. He finally succumbed to untreated pancreatitis under suspicious circumstances in 2009 at age 38. So the bill proposes a definition for prisoner of conscience, an individual who, in contravention of international human rights standards, has been detained or otherwise held physically restricted solely because of their identity or their conscientiously held beliefs, including religious or political beliefs.
As I was saying earlier, this bill would also add a definition of transnational repression. And once again, this is something that the Bloc Québécois proposed during the campaign. It's just that, unfortunately, we don't have as many members to propose legislation, so we're taking advantage of this. Tactics used by a foreign state to intimidate, harass, surveil, or threaten individuals or groups located outside the state borders, or physically harm such individuals or members of such groups, including elected officials, political dissidents, human rights defenders, exiled journalists, diaspora communities, civil society activists, and refugees for the purpose of silencing dissent and stifling activism. Madam Speaker, as I speak, I am thinking about a number of members of different communities who, here in Canada, day after day, week after week, have to bear the burden of foreign repression, transnational repression. Human rights defenders, refugees, civil society activists, people who were once mere acquaintances and are now friends. I cannot name them, but I know that they will recognize themselves in my speech. I am thinking about these people. They care about democracy and justice. And simply because they believe in better days and they want to see those better days, just because of that, they are suffering intimidation, harassment, threats, even imprisonment and torture. I'm thinking, for example, of human rights activist Jimmy Lai, who has become a shining star of the fight for freedom and democracy. As we speak, Mr. Lai, who is 77, is suffering terrible conditions in a Hong Kong prison, and his only crime is having supported journalism and freedom of the press. And I'm thinking also about his son, Sebastian. I would like to say once again that I feel great solidarity for their family. Repression can also take forms that are difficult to notice. It can take forms that are difficult to identify, but that nonetheless must be held accountable. So this bill would add the fact that sanctions can be added in cases of transnational repression and would force the minister to take action in response to a motion of Parliament asking for sanctions to be made against corrupt foreign leaders. So, like my colleagues, I will be supporting the bill from my colleague for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. Even though the Magnitsky Act and the Special Economic Measures Act would allow targeted sanctions to be brought in, nonetheless, only the latter is currently being used to that end. So the Magnitsky Act has not been used to apply targeted sanctions since 2018. My colleague's bill would enable us to once again have discussions about that, which, in my opinion, is a good idea. So I will conclude by thanking my colleague for his hard work, and I will confirm that the Bloc Québécois will support will support this bill, which nonetheless will have to be studied at committee. We will carry out our work in a rigorous, cooperative manner as usual. I am looking forward to cooperating with my colleagues to continue improving this legislation. I think this bill may end up at my committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee. I think this bill can really make a difference. I think it may have real benefits for people who are fighting for freedom. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to have been able to give this speech tonight because you are my favorite speaker, by the way, so I'm happy to have given the speech before you. Well, thank you for those kind words. Resuming debate.
For Calgary Heritage.
Madam Speaker, from my days as an advisor in the Harper government to today, I've had the privilege of working alongside the member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman on several files, excuse me, observing firsthand his steadfast commitment to human rights, accountability, and the rule of law. Throughout his career, he has consistently demonstrated a deep understanding of international affairs, a tireless work ethic, and a principled approach to defending Canadian values. I've seen it up front as we walked the cobblestone streets of Kiev amidst jubilant protesters, then later amid burned buildings and the same stones ripped from the ground in self-defense. He does not act for political convenience. He acts with clarity, with conviction, and a sense of responsibility to Canadians and those whose freedoms are imperiled. To stand with him on this legislation is a recognition not only of the urgency of the issue before us, but also to honor the dedication and leadership he brings before this House. He has championed measures to protect Canadians and confront the very real threat posed by authoritarian regimes that seek to project their influence into our own communities. This bill would enable the Canadian government, in addition to human rights abusers, to confront dictator corruption and transnational repression. Across our country, people who have fled persecution and violence rightfully expect to be safe. They expect their homes to be sanctuaries, free from the nightmare of the dictator they now deny. Yet reports show that authoritarian regimes are following their citizens into Canada to intimidate, to coerce, and to silence them. This is real. It is ongoing. Current laws have not kept up with the tactics of these regimes. C-219 provides clarity, accountability, and enforcement mechanisms. It will prevent Canada from being used as a safe haven by individuals responsible for corruption and human rights abuses. Let me cover three parts in this, in my remarks: the context, why this legislation is critical, and our duty as parliamentarians. Sergei Magnitsky was tortured to death for exposing Kremlin corruption, and from his gave the free world its most potent weapon against the new authoritarians: targeted sanctions that strike the torturers, the kleptocrats, and their enablers where it hurts most: their bank accounts and their visas. Today, the long arm of Beijing, Tehran, Moscow, and their proxies reach into Canada itself. Death threats, bounties, covert police stations, intimidation of dissidents, all on our soil. This is not mere crime. This is transnational repression, the export of tyranny into the heart of the free world. Thanks to the persistence of over a decade by the member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, we already have established human rights violations as Magnitsky powers almost a decade ago. We must now sharpen them into a dedicated tool to confront transnational repression, swift, automatic, merciless consequences for any regime that dares hunt its critics on Canadian streets. In the Cold War, we drew a line and said, not 1 inch further. Today, we must say the same. Canada will never be a hunting ground for dictators. We will find you, we will freeze your assets, and we will make you pay. Magnitsky's story is not simply a tale of courage. It is a reminder that one person armed with the truth can expose an entire system of lies. His murder was meant to frighten others into silence, but instead it triggered an international movement that forced democracies to confront a hard question about themselves: Do we still believe in moral consequence, or are we willing to let power excuse anything? That is what makes today's debate more than a matter of policy. It is a statement about who Canadians choose to be in an age when authoritarian regimes think the world has grown too tired, too distracted, or too divided to stand up to them. Our answer must be calm, clear, and confident. Canada will not retreat from its role as a defender of those who risk everything to speak truth in countries where truth is treated as a crime. We cannot talk about this without talking about the world we now live in, a world in which authoritarians are emboldened by new technologies. What once required secret agents crossing borders now only requires a phone, a television, a consulate, or a proxy group operating quietly in our communities. Transnational repression is not abstract theory. It is happening in cities across the country, and it targets the people who trusted Canada to give them what their homelands denied them: safety, a voice, freedom. If authoritarian states can reach into our cities to intimidate their critics, then we no longer control the space we claim as our own. That is why the response cannot be symbolic or slow. It must be predictable enough that dictators understand the cost before they act, and swift enough that victims understand they are not alone. Renaming the Special Economic Measures Act to the Magnitsky Act is part of that clarity. There's power in naming something after a man who died telling the truth. It signals that the purpose of the law is not hidden behind technical language or bureaucratic jargon. It is a law built around a moral line that should never have been blurred. The name teaches every Canadian what the law stands for and tells every authoritarian what it means to be when Canada acts. The Cold War had a clarity that many in our era have forgotten. It drew a line between the world of fear and the world of freedom. Today, the battle lines are not marked on maps, but they are just as real. They run through the phones of dissidents who receive threats at midnight. They run through the inboxes of activists who are told their families back home will suffer. They run through the hearts of communities who came to Canada believing they had escaped the regime, only to find that the regime had followed them here. If we do not draw a line now, we teach these regimes that Canada can be bent, that our values can be shaped by intimidation, that our borders are something that they can violate. This is why we strengthen Magnitsky powers. This is why we direct them at transnational repression. This is why we sharpen the law into something that cannot be evaded with excuses or hidden behind diplomatic language. Magnitsky's legacy is not only about his death, it is about the world that responded to it. Democracies came together because they recognized that a system that allows corruption, torture, and murder to flourish unchallenged is a system that eventually threatens us all. The legislation before this House carries that same spirit. It connects the struggle of one man in Moscow, in a Moscow prison, to the safety of a Canadian family in Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary, or Montreal. When we act, we're not only honoring Magnitsky's courage, we are reminding the world that Canada is not passive in the face of cruelty. We are reminding those who fled oppression that this country takes their safety seriously. And we are reminding those who inflict oppression that they will face consequences even if they believe their borders protect them. This is the heart of this legislation, a line drawn clearly, without drama and without hesitation, a country stating that its sovereignty is not for negotiation and its people are not for intimidation. Madam Speaker, transnational repression is a direct threat to the safety and dignity of people living here in Canada. It is carried out by regimes in Beijing, the Kremlin, Tehran, and beyond. Our intelligence community documents that these governments have conducted operations across Canada, including intimidation, surveillance, harassment of activists, students, journalists, and persecution of diaspora communities. Whether you are Sikh or Hindu, or Christian, Muslim, or Jew, whether you come from Hong Kong or the Donbass, Tibet or East Turkestan, or among the Iranians that stand against their regime, all who come here to live in freedom now must contend with the designs of the dictators they fled. We also see immediate family members of the very people we have sanctioned living in luxury in Canada while their relatives engage in corruption, theft, or violent repression abroad. The tragedy of Flight PS752 is a stark example. Families of the victims have waited years for compensation despite frozen regime assets that could have been used to provide justice. Russian assets could and should be directed to support Ukraine in its defense. Frozen funds should contribute to justice and accountability for people whose war for existence is waged this very day. When foreign governments intimidate or threaten individuals on Canadian soil, it is not only a violation of the rights of those affected, it is a test of the strength of our laws and our institutions. Bill C-219 ensures that Canada responds firmly, transparently, and consistently. So to those who have sought refuge in Canada, to those who live in fear of foreign regimes, and to Canadians who expect their government to defend their sovereignty, this bill delivers clarity, protection, and accountability. It is now the responsibility of this House to act. Support for Bill C-219 is support for the rule of law, support for victims of oppression, and support for Canada as a safe and principled country. Madam Speaker, may this bill not be a partisan one, but pass as a parliamentary one instead. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to this bill. Madam Speaker, for generations, people around the world have looked to Canada as a champion of human rights, of democratic values, and of the international rules-based order. And these principles, they define who we are as Canadians, but they also help to keep us safe. They protect our sovereignty and our security, and they shape how we engage with the world. Today, as we consider Bill C-219, we're examining how Canada can continue to confront authoritarian aggression, defend human rights, and protect those who are targeted by oppressive regimes, whether they live abroad or within our own borders here in Canada. Now, Madam Speaker, we're having this debate at a time when the global landscape has changed dramatically. Russia's unjust and illegal war on Ukraine is one of the clearest examples of why modern, effective sanctions tools are so important. Throughout the brutal invasion, Russia is attempting to eliminate Ukraine as a sovereign nation. The invasion has been marked by mass atrocities, forced deportations of Ukrainian children to Russia, political repression, transnational intimidation of diaspora communities here at home, deliberate destruction of Ukraine's culture and identity, and more. Canada has responded by deploying one of the strongest sanction regimes in the world to hold those who are responsible accountable. Canada has responded with concrete action, not just sanctions, but military, financial, and humanitarian support to Ukraine to help Ukraine defend itself, but also to help hold Russia accountable. Since 2022, Canada has committed over $22 billion in support for Ukraine. And I want to outline, Madam Speaker, some of the support that we've provided, because I think this is really important. We've provided about $6.5 billion in military assistance. Now, this includes air defense missiles, M777 howitzers, Leopard 2 tanks, drones, armored vehicles, and other critical equipment. Canada's military training mission, Operation Unifier, has trained more than 44,000 Ukrainian soldiers, and over 300 Canadian Armed Forces members remain deployed in support of this mission. When you think about 44,000 Ukrainians who've been trained and prepared to fight to defend their country by Canada, that makes me proud. Canada has also committed $389 million to train Ukrainian F-16 fighter pilots and more than $140 million to support Ukraine's domestic drone production. On the financial side, Canada has provided over $12.4 billion in direct financial assistance, the highest contribution of financial aid per capita of any country in the world. And this includes more than $6.75 billion in loans through the IMF, $500 million in direct bilateral loans, Canada's $5 billion contribution to the G7's new extraordinary revenue acceleration loans for Ukraine, and much more. And Canada has also played a leadership role in strengthening Ukraine's economy and long-term resilience, including the modernization and parliamentary ratification of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Now, so these are some of the things, Madam Speaker, that we have done to support the people of Ukraine since 2022. It's not an exhaustive list, but I think my point here is that Canada is a global leader in supporting Ukraine on a number of fronts, whether that's financial, military, humanitarian aid, diplomatic support, a whole range of measures. And it also includes sanctions. So since 2022, Canada sanctioned nearly 2,300 people and more than 1,000 entities in Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. In total, about 4,900 people and entities are currently sanctioned under Canada's autonomous sanctions laws. And these actions matter. They really do. They restrict financial networks, they freeze assets, and they signal that Canada will not tolerate violations of international law. And they also impose consequences on those who violate human rights in the international rules-based order that protects countries around the world, that protects Canada's sovereignty and security. Now, Madam Speaker, I outline this because it shows the scale of the challenge before us and the importance of sanctions as one of the tools in Canada's response to authoritarian aggression of any kind. Bill C-219 speaks directly to this. Its intent, I believe, is to strengthen Canada's sanctions framework, improve accountability, and modernize the tools we use to confront human rights abuses and authoritarian influence. And I want to acknowledge the sponsor of the bill for bringing these important issues forward. There is much in this bill that I believe, Madam Speaker, deserves careful consideration. Bill C-219 proposes some important and necessary changes that I believe are important for Canada to make. The bill proposes adding transnational repression, for example, as a trigger for sanctions under both the Special Economic Measures Act and the Magnitsky Act. This is increasingly important. Around the world, we see regimes harassing, threatening, or even attacking dissidents living abroad, including here in Canada. Russia, Iran, China, and others are using these tactics to intimidate communities, suppress free expression, and extend their reach beyond their borders. Canada must have the tools to respond decisively. I believe there are ways C-219 can go even further on this, Madam Speaker, on transnational repression by broadening the scope of this provision to include additional triggers. The bill suggests that it would strengthen enforcement by increasing penalties for sanctions violations and improving information sharing between the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the RCMP, and FINTRAC. And on the face, these would be constructive steps, I believe, that I believe align with Canada's intention to combat corruption, cut off illicit funding flows, and protect the integrity of our democratic institutions. The bill updates the long and short titles under the Special Economic Measures Act to better reflect the seriousness of the threats we face, and these changes bring greater coherence to our legal framework and mirror developments in the approaches taken by many of our allies. So, Madam Speaker, these elements reflect, I think, good intention and respond to some very, very important global challenges. There are, however, important concerns that some folks have, that some of my colleagues have, that I have with what is proposed in C-219. And I think it's our duty as parliamentarians, every time a bill is brought forward, to examine carefully whether every aspect of this bill is workable and responsible. And there are elements that, as currently drafted, I think may currently undermine public safety or hinder the effectiveness of the very sanctions regime the bill seeks to strengthen. So first, the requirement for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to publish a detailed public list of what's called prisoners of conscience, including the number of access requests and foreign responses, raises some important risks that I think we really need to consider. Publicizing sensitive information about detained individuals could jeopardize diplomatic efforts to secure their release, and many governments that arbitrarily detain dissidents retaliate on those people and when information does become public, or when those governments are publicly shamed. And so, look, I do understand that the intent behind this provision, and I hope that working with colleagues and all parties from across the House, we can achieve a result that shines a spotlight on important cases while protecting the safety of the human rights defenders and Canada's ongoing work to secure their releases through various channels. And I look forward to continuing this work and conversations with colleagues in the months ahead. The bill also places new operational requirements on the RCMP and FINTRAC. And look, from my perspective, I think it's just important that we reflect on this and examine this. Just before we impose new duties, I think it's important that we make sure that these things are actually feasible, that they're executable and implementable, and that they don't compromise existing enforcement requirements or responsibilities. Several provisions impose rigid procedural timelines or require actions that do not align with the machinery of how government works today or with ministerial authorities. And these issues are fixable. I think it's just important that we reflect on them, and that they may require amendments to ensure that the bill is practical, enforceable, and consistent with our existing laws and statutory requirements. Additionally, the proposed changes to the Broadcasting Act intend to prevent foreign influence from sanctioned states. I think we just have to be careful that the language is drafted carefully to avoid thresholds or unintended impacts on media freedom, but actually achieve what it is that the member is trying to achieve, which the intent of which I of course support. Madam Speaker, none of these concerns that I've raised detract from the core purpose of the bill, and in fact, they reinforce, I think, the importance of getting this right, and that's what I want to do. The global context makes modernization of sanctions important, but getting it right through our work in committee and working with all parliamentarians to make the necessary amendments, I think, is critical. So let me be clear. I support the intent of the bill. I think we support the intent of the bill. We support strengthening sanctions. We support improving accountability. And we support standing firmly with those who are targeted by oppression, whether they're in Ukraine or anywhere else in the world. But we have to ensure that the bill achieves its goals without endangering prisoners, putting in place requirements that can't be executed on enforcement agencies, or creating legal frameworks that don't work in practice. Because at the end of the day, we want this effective, we want it to work, and that's what I'd like to achieve. So in the next stage, in committee study, we'll allow MPs to examine each provision in detail and to hear from experts and to reflect on how we can improve the bill. So I want to say that I'm looking forward to that work and working with the member opposite and all colleagues in this House to make our sanctions regime even stronger so we can continue to protect human rights and protect our security and the safety of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Peace, order, and good government. Does that have a familiar ring? Well, it's in the Constitution, 1867, where that's just part of who Canada was, what Canada was, a place where there was order, good government, and peace. Compared that with the big bad USA and their wild frontier, we had stability in Canada. But what have we become after 10 years of this Liberal government? I would say now, I think the motto should be crime, chaos, and failing government. Why do I say that? Well, in the past 10 years, violent crime has gone up 54%, sexual assaults are up 75%, and the focus of my comments, and referring to the question that I had during question period, is on extortion. It's up a lot. And what is extortion, Madam Speaker? It's the threat of violence to basically get cash. It's the classic shakedown of businesses and individuals to get them to pay up. And it's not just threats. It's following up with the threats to business with violence, with arson, with shootings, with beatings, with killings. You see it in the gangster movies in New York City, The Godfather, Mafia. But this isn't, Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about the 1930s, 1940s New York City. I'm talking now about Canada. Extortions are up 330% across Canada, and in BC, where I'm from, it's up nearly 500%. 500%. Even in my community of Maple Ridge, it's a beautiful community and a beautiful part of the world, but we're having right there. Just the paper just reported that last week that a home that was already been targeted in the middle of the night was shot at again. The residence is associated with an individual connected with the Punjabi music industry and had been they've been extortion threats in the past, and they had actually fled the country. But the neighborhood, they're still wondering. There's still that disruption. There's insecurity. There's fear for the surrounding families. And in the same 24 hours, Madam Speaker, Surrey saw two separate incidences. A residence tied to a Punjabi music director was once again targeted. A Surrey industrial business was targeted twice in 2 days. First, the suspects poured gasoline on the fires and then put gasoline on vehicles, and then hours later, they shot up the property while workers were present. Madam Speaker, these types of events used to shock us. They used to be rare. Now they're becoming disturbingly familiar across BC. This should not be normal. It must not be acceptable, and it's not the Canada Canadians deserve. Police departments have raised the alarm, community leaders have cried out for help, and victims have been asking for immediate help. But what have the Liberals been doing? They've been tinkering around the edges. They've defended policies that are clearly not working, and they've refused to confront the legislative choices that have helped create this crisis. Madam Speaker, extortion is not just a crime, it's a cloud that is a tar over public safety. Victims live in constant fear unless their perpetrators, and all of them, are behind bars, a process that can take years. And the Liberals are more interested in bail, not jail, as opposed to Conservatives that want to put them behind bars that will keep our public safe, which is our first priority. The Liberals continue to defend the very legislation that helped create this situation. Bill C-5 eliminated mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes, including extortion with a firearm. Bill C-75 imposed the principle of restraint in bail decisions, resulting in repeat violent offenders returning to the streets far too easily. This is a pattern, Madam Speaker, that we cannot ignore. Conservatives have brought forward clear, practical solutions the Liberals have voted down repeatedly. We proposed restoring mandatory minimums, 3 years for extortion, 4 years when the firearms are involved, 5 years when connected to organized crime. We proposed bail reform. We proposed stronger border protections. We proposed measures to support police and protect victims. Conservatives will not stand by while Canadians lose the right to feel safe in their homes. We will fight to restore mandatory minimums for gun crimes and violent offenders. We will fight to pass our anti-extortion bill. We will demand a repeal of Trudeau's laws so that the public safety is first. Canadians deserve better. Conservatives care, and Conservatives will deliver on public safety. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I was distracted. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting hearing the member and his comments when he talks about the issue of extortion. The first thing that comes to my mind is, really? They have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the issue of extortion? And what is the Conservative response to it? In one word, filibuster. Here we have provinces, stakeholders, law enforcement officers, all getting behind Bill C-14. There's substantive actions in legislation that the Government of Canada has on the order paper today. Bill C-14. We have Bill C-2, Mr. Speaker. Both of them. Actually, I'm sorry, not C2, C. Madam Speaker, did I call you Mr. Speaker? My apologies. Madam Speaker, we have legislation that's before us today that actually deals with extortion, and the Conservative response to it is not to let it pass. We had to shame them into actually getting the bail reform legislation at the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. The member doesn't have to tell me about extortion. You know, I'm very much aware of the issue. I know the impact that it is having on our communities. And it's several areas of the country where there's a special target in terms of extortion. That's the reason why we've been standing up. I have stood up on numerous occasions trying to convince the Conservatives to recognize the efforts of law enforcement officers, of premiers, and the Prime Minister who made the commitment, an election platform commitment to deal with things like bail reform legislation, and within that legislation there's a direct reference in terms of consequences with respect to extortion and repeat offenders and so forth, Madam Speaker. And then to hear the member stand up and say, well, we want this, we want that. Well, I understand that the Conservative Party uses the whole crime file as a fundraiser, Madam Speaker. I have received many, many fundraising letters myself from the Conservative Party. I don't know how I got onto that mailing list, and they're all asking for more money based on the issue of crime, Madam Speaker. The reality of it is that the Conservative Party looks at the crime file and says, how do we generate money? And it's all self-serving. Because when it comes time to actually do something, they are found wanting. And I've likely even asked the member that posed the question today. There's a very good chance that I've probably asked him, will he guarantee, what was his personal opinion on getting Bill C-14 passed before the end of the year. I've asked many Conservative MPs. I've encouraged the opposition to get behind substantive legislation that political parties of all stripes at different provincial levels are behind, and ask them to support. But, Madam Speaker, it's falling on deaf ears. And if they weren't shamed into allowing Bill C-14 bail reform legislation to go to committee, we would still be debating it, Madam Speaker. So if the member wants to have peace, order, and good government, you need to look in terms of supporting that. Canada is not broken. You know, they'll talk about crime.
And the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. This would be a joke if it wasn't so sad. You'd think that the Conservatives have been the ones that have been in power for the past 10 years when it's been on their shoulders. It's their laws that have brought this chaos that we're in. And now it's like the parliamentary secretary says, oh, but look what we're saying, look what we're doing, talk. That's what we're hearing, a little bit of talk. I guess it's a step up from not talking about it. They're at least talking about it. You know, every measure that we brought forward over the past 10 years have just been shut down by the Liberals. They haven't been concerned about this issue. Now, when their politics are a bit, they're concerned about a few seats. Now they're starting to get into the act by saying a few words. You know where it's going to go. I don't see it going very far with this Liberal government because they're not serious about public safety, Madam Speaker, as much as they might pretend to be. Now, thank you.
To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me remind the member, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and this government were elected back in April 28. We have actually had extensive consultations working with the provinces, municipalities, law enforcement agencies, and others, and we have legislation that's there today. All we need is the Conservative Party to recognize and help us fight crime by passing these two pieces of legislation. That's all we have to do, Madam Speaker. We have a new Prime Minister, made a commitment in the last federal election, a platform commitment, dealing with things like the bail reform legislation. The only thing that's holding it up is the Conservative Party of Canada. They're more concerned about fundraising than they are servicing the needs of Canadians. If they could only change the channel and start focusing on our communities, then we will be able to deal with some of these repeat offenders. We'll be able to deal more with issues like extortion and so many other things. They need to smarten up and allow legislation to pass.
The honourable member for York Durham.
I want the government House Leader to imagine with me for a moment perhaps something unthinkable, that he or someone he knows was in a terrible car accident, Madam Speaker, and we hope that would never happen to any member of this House or in fact any Canadian. But thankfully, in this unfortunate situation, the government House Leader was extricated from his vehicle, loaded onto an ambulance, and taken to the nearest emergency room. Unfortunately, when he got to the emergency room door, there's a sign on it that said, "Sorry, we're closed until further notice." Madam Speaker, it's not hyperbole to say that is what is happening at our border every week. Our border systems that are critical for moving goods, food, medicine, essentials for Canadians every week are now experiencing an unprecedented number of technical difficulties and outages. In fact, Madam Speaker, there was an outage on Monday, there was an outage on Tuesday, and if you can believe it, Madam Speaker, there is an outage going on right now. It started at 2:56 p.m. this afternoon, and as of checking just a moment ago before getting up to speak, it is still ongoing. And you know what the CBSA says? It says, "We are actively working to resolve this issue, but we currently do not have an estimated time for its resolution." You cannot make this up. The Canadian International Freight Forwarders Association has been keeping track and says that the border is now experiencing one outage every week, at least. And these are not maintenance outages. These are unplanned outages that are shutting the border down. What this means in practice is that goods can't be cleared for import and goods can't be cleared for export. There was a multi-day standstill at the border at the end of September. And the border came to a near complete standstill. Critical goods needed for just-in-time delivery were not delivered. Food and other perishables were not delivered. Untold millions in lost time and productivity and delays. The Private Motor Truck Council of Canada said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, "The current situation is untenable and needs to be rectified in short order."
Likewise, the Canadian Trucking Alliance said, quote, "We simply cannot have the movement of thousands of trucks come to a crawl at international border crossings, while giving another signal to the international business community that Canada is not open for business." So, my question to the Honourable House Leader is, what is causing the high frequency of these outages? Why are they continuing to happen? And when will they end?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, and I acknowledge that there are times in which it can be very difficult to be able to provide the type of answers in which the member is looking for. We have a very competent and able bureaucracy that has the technical expertise in order to be able to get things running in a form that ultimately, I would suggest to the member, will serve all of us well. I don't know the details of what he's just made reference to, but what I do know is in regards to how it is that the federal government, not only over the years, but in particular that this Prime Minister has made, again, commitments to add further strength to our CBSA. And we're doing that by saying that we are going to continue not only to provide financial support, but add additional personnel. I believe the number is 1,000 CBSA personnel being added to our borders, Madam Speaker. I think that will go a long way in dealing with a number of the issues that are there. And I would remind my member opposite, who's new to the House of Commons, that when I was actually in opposition, not too far from where he's sitting, but in a different building, but same outlet, or the same setup, I can tell him that I was there when Stephen Harper, his leader, actually sat around the cabinet. The current leader of the Conservative Party sat around a cabinet when they actually cut back border control services, Madam Speaker. And it was significant cuts. And I suspect that has an impact, not only immediate impact, but it also has a long-term impact. And yes, we should be concerned about our border, as the Prime Minister has stressed, as Liberal members have stressed, the importance of trade, because as the member points out, there's a great deal. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of trade going back and forth through these borders. There's companies that rely on deliveries to come there on time. I'm very sensitive to it, and that's why I'm pleased that we are continuing not only to invest, but to add where we can to ensure that we have better security at our borders, and hopefully we can see more progress on the whole trade, the trade file. I think in the long run, we will have more trade than we even have today and we've had over the last number of years. Trade continues to grow between Canada and the United States, having a good functional border, not only on our side, but also on the U.S. side, as I'm sure that they too run into problems at times. But that's the end goal, to make it efficient, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we're able to accommodate all the trade and commerce, and hopefully at some point we'll get the tourism back up, Madam Speaker, and I'm hoping that that'll happen when we get that trade agreement finally signed off, when we continue to push for the best trade agreement, not just to settle it for the sake of time.
The Honourable Member for York North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague for the attempt at an answer. But I want him to focus on the future and not on ancient history. I mean, I think he might be trying to blame John A. Macdonald next for not building the railroad fast enough. Let's talk about what this government is doing and what it's failing to do at the border. I'm not talking about new border officers. I'm talking about the electronic systems that make trade flow. One of the problems with the CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, in this situation is their utter lack of transparency on the issue. I've heard it again and again and again from the trade community in Canada. And I asked the Public Safety Minister in a written question to provide details of the border outages, and the response I got, signed by the Government House Leader, said, "We don't keep track. We don't know." How can the government identify the problem and fix it if they don't even have the data to understand that problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that what we see as technology continues to grow, that things actually do change, and hopefully we are moving in a direction where we will see the more tracking of information. Information is vital. And at the end of the day, we know when we have hard numbers in terms of the amount of trade that takes place, we might not necessarily know what's in everything that enters into Canada. We have a system that is in place to protect the safety. We have excellent CBSA officers that are on the ground to ensure that we actually have the things that are coming into Canada are legal. And when it comes to overall trade, if there's enhancements that he believes that we can do, I believe that that he should say so. Be specific. Is he saying we should grow the bureaucracy more? We should be spending more money in that area? He might be a minority.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, back in the spring, I asked the Housing Minister an important question. I pointed out to him that what's happened under this government over the last 10 years is Canada has actually now become a country where there really are just two kinds of families. Families that already own real estate and families that have given up hope of ever owning real estate. Because for young people today, the only path to home ownership is their parents' ability to share their equity, to give them large amounts of money for down payments, and or to co-sign loans. So a generation of Canadians have given up on home ownership, and that's what this government has presided over. The minister himself is, of course, a homeowner and a real estate investor. He was the mayor of Vancouver, which is one of the most unaffordable cities, one of the most unaffordable places on this entire planet, Madam Speaker. And his response, the response that we had was not very helpful. The government has presided over real estate prices doubling and rents doubling, while productivity and per capita GDP has remained unchanged over a 10-year period. So people's ability to cover the cost of living, including housing, is no more than it was 10 years ago, while rents and prices have doubled. So in his response, it wasn't the housing minister who responded, it was the House leader who talked about vague claims of building hundreds of thousands of homes. Well, Madam Speaker, since that response, and since the commitments they made during the election about housing construction, pre-sales of homes in Canada's two most expensive markets, Vancouver and Toronto, have utterly collapsed. Madam Speaker, we heard this at the Finance Committee. Pre-home sales, pre-sales on condominium properties in Toronto are down 93% year over year. So think about that for a minute, Madam Speaker. When your pre-sales collapse, a 93% drop, that means your future housing starts are going to collapse, because without a pre-sale today, there will be no financing and no construction in the years ahead. So we are being set up right now in our most stressed housing markets for an utter collapse of housing construction at a time when Canadians can't afford homes and need access to housing. So we're in a market where sellers, builders, can't sell at the current cost of material and the current prices. They can't build and make a profit. But buyers can't afford the prices in this existing market. So the only way that we're going to get out of this jam, Madam Speaker, is, we certainly need far more homes for supply, but we need to unleash the Canadian economy and actually have productivity increase. Productivity, we're at the bottom of the G7, the bottom of the OECD, and until we can unleash the Canadian economy by getting rid of all the laws that these guys have passed to prevent oil and gas development, for example, or for major projects being built that can allow us to get our energy to market, we're not going to have the productivity to grow into this unaffordable housing market that exists and has come in under the last 10 years of this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to recognize that when you think of housing as a policy issue, that it's only in the last number of years where we've actually had a government that has recognized that there's a federal role on the housing file. Because prior to Justin Trudeau becoming the Prime Minister, there's, the previous 10, 15 years, there was very little footprint on the housing file. So when the member talks about a housing shortage, or he talks about, the cost of housing, he's been around for a while. He knows that even back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people were saying that there's children living in homes and they were having a difficult time to be able to purchase a home in certain areas of the country. In other areas of the country, I can tell you right now, in Winnipeg, you can buy a condo, a beautiful condo, for under $150,000. You need to take a look in terms of what it is that you can actually get out there and get the support from the different levels of government. You see, the Conservative Party's approach to housing seems to be just stand back, do nothing, maybe do some talking, be very critical, whereas the government has continued to work with the different stakeholders, the provinces, municipalities, private industry, nonprofit groups. We're looking at how we can enhance programs for Habitat for Humanity. We're looking at ways in which we can support the growth of housing co-ops, other forms of nonprofits with provinces, shelter relief programs, and supporting the private sector. A good example of that would be saying that the GST exempt for first-time home buyers, which is actually incorporated in legislation that we've brought forward, Madam Speaker. We have a government that has actually taken the approach that the federal government, in particular this Prime Minister's with the Canada Build Homes, we're going to see, it's kind of like what happened after the war, where the government of Canada got engaged in a very real and tangible way and saw exceptional growth in the housing industry, in the building of homes. That's what we're seeing from the current Prime Minister, recognizing the problem. Now, you got to realize he's only been Prime Minister, for 8 months? It takes time. We have a program that's been put in place, and all the Conservatives do is say, oh, that's bad. Just open the market. Get out of the way, they say. Well, we're committed. We got both feet in to try to build more homes, looking at doubling the numbers, hundreds of thousands of new homes. Contrast that to the leader of the Conservative Party. The member knows the leader of the Conservative Party was actually the Minister of Housing at one time. Canadians would be shocked to find out when he was the Minister of Housing, how many homes did he build? I need 2 hands, barely, 6. Madam Speaker, I still don't know where those homes are, but I'm told he built 6 homes. Not himself physically, but as a minister, he supported 6 homes being built. Wow. Doesn't that kind of knock your socks off? At the end of the day, again, it's contrast. The Conservatives stand back. We don't have to participate. They've demonstrated that. Their leader says that. Many of the Conservative MPs believe that. We believe that we need to work with people, work with governments, work with people, make things happen. This Prime Minister is going to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member in his speech suggested that perhaps I've been around long enough to know a bit about the history of housing affordability in Canada. And he's right. I spent 22 years in the mortgage business before I became a member of Parliament. So I'm quite aware of affordability and how it impacts families. And what I know is that before this government took office, indeed, when the Harper government was, during the years of the Harper government, which included the current leader of the opposition, the wages and the per capita GDP was rising, wages were rising, affordability of housing was keeping the ability of Canadians to service debt and to buy homes and to afford rent was keeping pace. We had construction of housing in those years. Everything has changed over these past 10 years where this government has allowed our productivity to fall into the ground.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, if members wants to compare credentials, I've been a parliamentarian for much like the leader of the official opposition for many years. In fact, in 1988, I was the housing critic in the province of Manitoba. I talked a lot about infill houses. I talked back then about co-ops. In fact, I used to be on a housing co-op myself. I understood the important role of nonprofits, but I also understood the importance of private development and promotions. I understand the housing industry, maybe from a different perspective than the member opposite, but what I do know is that if you want to see an explosion of housing construction going forward, you need to see the federal government get, at least in part, behind it. We do have a leadership role to play with it, Madam Speaker, as I know you know. At the end of the day, I believe there is a role, and the Prime Minister knows that, he's recognized that, and we are stepping up as a government because we want to make it happen for Canadians. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn this House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.